Yeah, good enough.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Alright, we are here. We have arrived. We are in DDO. Oh, let's change our overlay here. There we go. We are now smaller. The bigger version is for when playing older games with a 4:3 ratio, so I don't end up with a bunch of empty space. But here we are. We streamed yesterday. We played Deus Ex. It was a good time. But today we shall be doing something a little different. And by different, I mean the same thing that we do every week. Where we play Dungeons & Dragons Online. It's a nod to all the people who have watched me for Dungeons & Dragons Online in the past. 2, it's because I enjoy it. And 3, it gives me the opportunity for at least one stream a week where if things go wrong, or if I am late or behind schedule and I haven't been able to run the basic tests to make sure that I can actually stream the old game I want, because it might be wonky and not do what I actually want it to do, we might have technical issues, it gives me time on one of those nights, like tonight, that I did not plan ahead and work out the tech issues beforehand. I have a backup plan, and DDO is the backup plan. Well, to be fair, sometimes DDO is the first plan as well, but we are here. Now, what are we doing for past lives? This is a well-established character. We have a lot of lives. We have so many lives, in fact, that we are 3 lives away from Racial Completionist. And we need Eladrin lives. So I've gone for comfort on my Eladrin past life. We have chosen a warlock. The difference is, we are Acolyte of the Skin. I have never played Acolyte of the Skin before. So that's the new part. But we're just going to kind of be Eladrin. We're going to be leveling. You can see that we're level 7. We're actually most of the way through level 7. Because we did do Feywild already. So the plan for tonight is we are going to start in Three Barrel Cove. Because we haven't done Three Barrel Cove. So we're going to start there. We're going to do the level 5 quests. That should be enough to get us close to cap. We'll take level 8. We might hit the rest of Three Barrel Cove once we're level 8. Or we might just bail and head straight to Isle of Dread. Either way, this is what our build looks like right now. We can either start taking firepower, or we can start dropping points over here to go into Stricken and Consume, and eventually Cone Shape. But for now, let's see, we have 12 points. Screw it. We'll get fire resistance. Okay, so we do our rolls, and we get on our way. I think we can turn this up a little bit. There we go. Alright, send me to Three Barrel Cove. We'll get on our way. Now, Three Barrel Cove is a little awkward because it's one of those quest lines that has things at a bunch of different levels. Normally, I run it at level 6 or level 7 and just do all of them because the quests aren't particularly hard, so you can do them under level. But because we are close to cap, we're going to skip straight to the level 5 ones, which means we're starting with Fire Caves. Which is a little bit awkward, but it is a way to do it. Unless I thought that we could actually get the next rank without doing Fire Caves, which actually I think we will do. I think we turn left, we do Two-Toed Tobias, we do Prove Your Worth, and I believe Ghost of a Chance is also level 5. And that way, we can at least get one more rank before we go to Fire Caves. It does mean Fire Caves might overcap us, but we'll figure it out when we get there.
Cove is rumored to be a resting place of Two-Toed Tobias, an ancient.
So we are currently using Chain Shape. Normally, by this point, at level 7, I would have transitioned over to Cone Shape. And we could do that, of course, if we drop our points out of Acolyte of the Skin. But because I basically always do Cone Shape, I know there is I won't say debate, but there's room for different preferences on this. Like, some people really prefer one versus the other. I prefer cone shape, generally speaking, but because, you know, we haven't played Acolyte of the Skin before, we're doing things a little differently just to try it out, see what it feels like. Now, there aren't that many big groups here, and which is the biggest benefit of cone shape over chain shape, is that chain shape only hits 3 targets at max, whereas cone shape hits however many targets you got. So, that said, we should be strong enough that we can just kind of start blasting as we go and just never let the targets build up. Like that. Oh, I guess I should put on Death Ward. Okay, down we go. Now, unlike last life we were Arcane Trickster, and Arcane Trickster can do traps and things. This life, we don't have that. But what we do have is the ability to just not take that much damage. I say, as we take 40-something damage. We rolled a 20 on that save, and we still took all that damage. Oh, speaking of taking damage, we learned Staunch, but we had not put it on bars yet. You might be wondering, it's like, why are you putting this on such an awkward keybind like a Control 5? Well, you don't have anything bound to your primary keys yet. And the answer to that is, because muscle memory. In general, I have, like, normal heal on Control 4, big heal on Control 5. So, it's just a muscle memory thing. I'm thinking, because I've actually started using it more, which I should have started a long time ago, that after I do these racial lives, it might be time to go to the Iconics and do 2 Purple Dragon Knight lives. So I can actually get the full sprint boost. Do I have mouse keybinds? No, I do not. It's just that as a warlock at this level, I suppose I have the most important mouse keybind of all. Left click for Eldritch Blast. It's all I need. But no, I'm assuming you were referring to something like an MMO mouse. We have like 10 buttons on the mouse, and I do not have anything like that. It's just, I do not have that many active abilities on this character at this level. And even at higher levels, I won't have that many active abilities, especially compared to, I guess, what I'll refer to as a proper caster that I've played before. Like, some casters have a ridiculous number of keybinds. When I was Blight caster, I had a ton. Even Arcane Trickster, I had a decent amount. Eldritch Knight, I remember having a lot of keybinds. But that's also because I had a lot of things that you normally wouldn't bind, because I was doing some weirdness. And as part of that weirdness, I had a bunch of defensive spells that you wouldn't normally bound. Stuff like Sleet Storm and things like that. Now, I did take the temp health on buff. We had a bit of a discussion about this last week when I played, on how useful it is. Like comparing its strength to something like, well, just buy healing pots. And honestly, we never really came to a conclusion on that. I think it just comes down to personal preference, because especially for skills like survival, like, oh, I use this mechanism to survive. Like, I like healing. It's like, oh, I use temp health. You're like, well, survival is kind of a... It's not completely binary for, like, either you have it or you don't. But as long as you're living, then your survival strategy is viable. And both of us are living with our various strategies, so they are both viable. Now, there is, as I said, it's not completely binary. Some things are better than others. Like if your strategy of choice constantly leaves you like having close calls, that makes it higher risk. It's one reason why I like temp health, because it gives you kind of that over health buffer, at least at first. At this point, it doesn't. At this point, if I had a more healing focused strategy, I would have more top health than I do now, because I don't have enough temp health plus healing to bring me up to max health, plus the overshield. But, you know, they can't all be winners. Oh look, a Reaper. See, this is a spot where oftentimes, as I run down here, I just collect a bunch of dudes and I AoE them all down at the end. But as you saw, if we just turn around part way, then we don't need to AoE everything down at the end because we kill stuff before it gets that built up. And now we get to a bit that's a little awkward for warlocks, where we have to... Oh, hello. We have to awkwardly turn off our blasting so that we can throw our thrown weapon at the levers. Now, whoever thought that this was adequate security, I don't know, but it is not. It's like, okay, how do we make sure that only people we trust get in? Make them throw something at a lever. It's like, I see. That is definitely a good way to have your security.
The supposed urban legend speaks to you.
It's about time someone found me.
The legend of two-toed Tobias
Hooray.
was not just
One
an
down.
urban myth, although it is doubtful that anyone will believe your tale of...
So we are going to skip Garl, just because we are so close to cap. We'll come back for it
The
later.
Weeping Cove is rumored to be a resting place of two-toed
We're going to head
Tobias,
straight to Prove Your Worth.
an ancient
Or maybe I should be skipping Prove Your Worth too, who knows. Either one works. Like, this level range has just so much experience, because you've got Three Barrel Cove and Feywild. Then you can go directly from there to Isle of Dread, directly from there to Lamortia, and it's a lot. And also at level 8, next to Lamortia, you have Temple of Elemental Evil, which is another just giant bucket of XP. If you have an opener and you run it, then immediately then at the next level you have Shadow Crypt.
A small building.
So it's a lot of XP at these levels.
The cove. The loathsome or the trial will be treacherous. Be aware of every step you take.
I do like the leap. The leap is very handy. What I didn't realize, and I found very convenient, is that I figured, oh, I'm going to have 2 different keybinds for my leaps, because I have the past life from the Eladrin Chaosmancer, which is the iconic, and then I'm going to have the ones for being just normal Eladrin. Turns out, that is not the case. When you get the normal Eladrin ones, it just gives you more charges of the Chaosmancer one. So it's the same spell internally, and you just get more charges of it, which is just really nice. Oh, I turned the wrong way.
Intricate system of
Here we go.
ladders leads up the shaft. Agility and physical
Alright.
endurance
There we
will
go.
be paramount
And we
to
swap to
overcome.
Featherfall, and up we go. So the biggest trick with this part is managing to not hit the sides of the ladders. Because if you hit the side of the ladder, you don't grab the ladder, and then you just kind of fall and are sad. Which is also why you really want Featherfall here. I think it's technically possible to do without Featherfall, but I have never done that personally, because it sounds like a pain. And so it might be technically possible, but I don't know that for sure. I wouldn't want to do it without Featherfall, let's put it that way. Nope, I didn't want to grab this. I wanted to jump and then grab this one. There we go. That won't get me all the way, so we've got one more ladder transition to go. And up we go. also an occasion where mouse turning is super important.
Your muscles are worn and weary from the ascent up the fetid stench of soup.
Back to our normal cloak.
Nostrils.
And oh no, it sure would be a shame if something were to ambush me.
You survived the Warforged ambush. Now the construct ceases
Also,
to exist.
we did have some problems that we were getting lit up by magic missile.
Opens up to reveal an elaborate obstacle course. One wrong
An
step
elaborate obstacle
would
course.
end
Or
the trial.
just featherfall your way down.
A series of levers and traps.
I had to do
dot the
this
walls, the
by
floor,
looking up
the
on the wiki so many times before I actually bothered. It's like, you know what? Maybe I should actually pay attention to it and solve
The
it.
other components
Oh,
in the
sorry,
loop
that's the reset
return
mechanism.
to their initial-
Okay, so if you didn't know, the way I remember it is they form this sort of zigzag pattern where they point at each other. So you form the zigzag pattern, you pull this lever, you set it off, pull the lever opposite, set it off again, and that should do it. Or not. Do you need to hit the reset lever first? Maybe you need to hit the reset lever first. I say I have it memorized, and then I immediately screw it up.
The challenge was no match for
Yep,
your
you do need to hit the reset one.
The portcullis
Oh well, good to remember. At least I remember the positions of the levers and the puzzle things on the bottom.
You hear a metallic clanking from behind, coming closer.
I don't have freedom of movement yet. Fortunately, we did make our save against the
sweltering wave of
priest.
heat washes over your body. Rackham's Inferno will take precision.
I don't know if we had enough
You have weathered
jump to just straight up jump up there, but
a few burns
yeah, we did.
and
It's fine
sweat
though.
coat your skin.
No harm in using the leap. There are traps there. And here we go. Hi.
First mate of the ill fate. Motions for you to come over and
There are ways that you can do this that are, you know, less fighting. I don't care for them because the fighting is quick and easy, so I haven't bothered remembering the other ways. Now, last time I was here, I ran into a slight problem with this, which is we're going to make him walk the plank, because that means we don't have to leave.
Rules of Rackham's trial.
You get to finish immediately. The trick was, as soon as I did that, what happened is, when those scurvy dogs down there spawned, a Reaper spawned in too and teleported to me when I was trying to recall out.
Small building stands curiously alone
Deadly?
in the
No.
center of the
Annoying? Yes. Alright, now we're gonna go hit Ghost of a Chance. And I think we'll do Fire Caves over level. Because Fire Caves give enough XP that even over level by 1, it should still be plenty. Or maybe we'll do the first one without leveling. It depends on exactly how much XP we get off of this one. So, Ghost of a Chance.
The current is drawn into an opening in the rock, just large enough to wiggle through.
a thick fog rises
Quick.
up from the water.
Buff.
Voices of pirates float along the current. Light shines down from an opening above.
Aw, hit it a little early. Oh. The guy at 1 health was keeping it
The
locked.
entryway into the pirate's
Understood.
compound rumbles open. A strong breeze
There we
gusts
go.
from a crack in this wall. Suddenly, the clanking of wood and metal intensifies.
I forget if I need to pull this lever in Heroic or not. I think I do. It operates differently in Epic. It is, in fact, locked. Also, in Epic. There's a big nasty trap here. Even a bigger trap than the double Reaper spawn that we had to deal with there. But it is fine. Okay, this approach. We could go in there first, but that routing is incorrect. Or at least it's incorrect if you want to solve it the way I want to solve it. Because you can do the puzzle here to get him out. In which case, you just come in here and you do the puzzle. But the puzzle is annoying to do.
One move could kill me. Please speak with me first.
So you have to talk to him first, and after you talk to him, what'll happen is, after you beat the boss, there'll be another chest that spawns that has the key to unlock the door. If you beat the boss before talking to him, the chest won't spawn until you go and talk to him. So then you just have to end up having to run back and forth, and it's annoying.
You defeated the captain and ended his illegal smuggling
this lockbox.
operation.
Right, and we do have to pull the lever to open the gate. There we go. So it doesn't soft lock you, like if you talk to him. The box will still spawn, but like you kill him, you run here, you run back, you run back. 2 more forts attack you. And we finish up.
You have freed Farrier Warley from the ancient.
And we finish. So how much do we have until we're capped? We have, let's call it 28,000 XP until we're capped. So we can do the first half of Fire Caves. First half of Fire Caves shouldn't overcap us. Second half will. So we recall and then we ride for the Fire Caves.
Enough to wiggle through.
This does give us a nice convenient position where we can... Oh, we don't have another action point? Unfortunate. I wanted to put another action point in so I could get resists. But it makes sense that I don't have one. I forgot. That was a leftover point from when we took level, but we were already eligible to take level 8. So getting closer to hard cap doesn't give us extra points. In heroics, at least. In epics, it does. So it does operate differently if you're not aware of that. So in heroics, the most you can have is 4 points per level. So the fact that I'm level 7 rank 40 versus level 7 rank 36 does not matter. You don't get those next 4 points until you actually take level. Whereas in epics, even if you don't take the level, you get the epic destiny points immediately. So don't know why they have it operate differently, but they do. So we've got that. And if you didn't know, now you do. Not that it affects anything too much, but might as well know. Now the fire caves are going to be a little annoying in that we do most of our damage with fire. So it's a little bit problematic to fight a bunch of stuff that is immune to fire. That said, we are strong enough that it doesn't matter too much to us. We can overcome the hurdle of doing 1/3 damage to a lot of things because it moves us from 1-shotting things to 3-shotting things, and 3-shotting things is still good enough. Or at least it better be. Yeah, like the most danger I felt from that guy was if I tried to like jump weirdly and I bounced off of him and fell down. Like that would be inconvenient. Oh, come on. There we go, and you do need to go up here. Even if you pulled the lever, you can't skip ahead because you need to destroy the altars. Altars need to go down in order to complete the quest. There we go. Now we don't have proper sprint boost, but we do have rallying cry. so that's handy. It's not very big, because as I mentioned earlier, I haven't done all of my Purple Dragon Knight lives. I only have one, so it's only a 10% boost, which is not amazing, but hey, it's good enough.
A second altar rests at the end of this
Right,
cavern.
Fire Elemental is immune to fire,
Fire will rise in your
so we don't get to do that much damage.
The second altar breaks. You feel a faint tremor below your feet.
Go.
The dragon
And now we get
stirs.
these two in order to open the door forward. I thought there was going to be more methods here. I didn't think I killed them all. I know I killed some. Honestly, I didn't expect the methods to die so easily because, well, they should at least resist fire? I think they're immune to fire. I could be wrong. But if they only resist fire, we do have the advantage that we did put points into bypassing fire resist. So if they only had 15 resistance to fire, now they have no resistance to fire, which is incredibly effective. Flat resists hurt my damage a lot because I don't do damage in big bursts. I do it in small bursts.
The air grows more stifling.
Plague Reaper.
The sulphurous
Goodbye, Plague Reaper.
The heart of the mountain lies ahead.
Right. Oh, right, no. Going forward is what we do in the second half. In the first half, we need to go this way, so we're up top. Because if we jump down, then we don't get to do this important part up top of killing the High Shaman. The third altar is down below,
High shaman of the
but
dragon below
we need the
thunders
Shaman,
and rains.
as they pronounce it. Alright, let's not fall. Falling here is a big time sink. Oh look, you don't resist fire, at least not enough to defeat the bypass.
Falls. He shouts something in an eldritch language. The stones echo his words, then are still. Third altar collapses, and a dark presence seems to lift
Alright,
from the
and we go out of line of sight of those guys so that we can recall. And we did calculate correctly. We are not hard capped, but we are only 6.5k away, and therefore we are too close. So we're going to take level 8, which is fine. We needed to recall anyway
Rise
to
from
grab the second
cave
half of the
entrance
quest.
before you.
And so we recall, we can do Garl, we can do a lot of stuff, really. I don't believe there are any trainers here, though. So we do have to go back to the harbor for it, which is not too big of a side trip. But it should be fine. I'd like to leave through Rail Cove in the harbor, please. Level 8, I recall being a pretty nice level for Warlock, because I believe I get 2 dice. We get Charisma, of course. We get Concentration, Spellcraft, UMD, and Bluff. We will grab Invisibility. Oh, I didn't double check that I was getting dice. I know I get 1 normal die, but I don't know if I get a packed die. Oh, I never upgraded my my defenses. Oh well. So by defenses, I mean I have a good trinket at this level. Is there a bank here? I think there is, right? Let's see, mailboxes, auctioneer, bank. There it is. Hello? Show me trinkets. Oh, what was that boss? Sepik Halls, maybe? Right. Emblem of Elemental Evil. I believe I'm going to lose spell power unless I got Insightful Potency somewhere. So let's see. Fire is 218. Fire is 220. How did I gain fire spell power from putting this on? The one mythic? Alright, I went from 18 to 21. So I gained 3 spell power from putting this on. From where? Oh, the curse. It has a +2 spellcraft on it. Okay, cool. So I do have Insightful on a weapon? Yeah, Queen Scepter. Okay. And then we get resistances, we get some nice other stuff. Okay, so we'll grab more fire resist and more fire power, because why not? How many other points do I have left? 3 more points. There we go. That's like 10 more fire spell power. Because we were at... what was it? 218? Now we're at 35. So we got 17 more firepower. We do love our firepower. Now, is it better than dropping those points into going and grabbing cone shape? Probably not. But you never know. Fire caves. We'll do fire caves first. Why not? In fact, we might just skip Garl entirely. We can just head into Dread instead.
Before you.
Where before the caves were merely hot, now they are.
And we're sitting on 53 flat fire resist. So even if we're not doing as much damage because, well, a lot of this stuff is going to be immune to fire, we are also pretty close to immune to fire ourselves, because that much flat fire resist at this level is a bit excessive. You know, I feel like actually testing it, like seeing these things breathe on me and see if it does any damage. Hi. So I'm not getting... Yeah. So the weird thing is I'm not getting any entries in the combat log for their fire breath attack. I guess it just doesn't affect me. But their attacks that had the plus fire damage, you saw that the fire damage was not landing. Interesting. So it looks like I don't get entries in the combat log for when fire damage is completely reduced by resistances. Which is kind of funny. There aren't that many cases where this is a thing, but I see, for example, in the combat log that I made the save against the fire elemental's fireball. But I don't see, it's like, well, where's the damage that I should be taking here? And the answer is, there isn't any. There is, in fact, no damage being taken, even though we don't have evasion. We're a warlock. That's not a thing that we have access to. But it's just like, yeah, the fireball just hits for nothing. Because that's a unreasonable amount of fire resist for level 8. And we're on Reaper 1, too. Like, there's a... You have a shield on? Nope. We are dual-wielding scepters. You have no shield on. We do have decent magic resist rating here at 47. But magic resist rating is percentile based. So it's not going to get you down to taking 0 damage unless they were hitting for like 2 to start with. If you want to get down to 0, you really need the flat reduction. And we did get the flat reduction. You know, I should probably just increase skulls. This is perhaps a little too easy. And while too easy is good for efficient and quick leveling, and I was going to say it's not as good for stream, but maybe it's good for a chill vibes sort of stream, but let's spice it up a little bit. Let's make it a little interesting, shall we? Let us do our, let's do some ramping difficulty for Isle of Dread. So, if you are new here, or you simply haven't been to a stream where I've done this before, this type of challenge is what happens when I decide I want to kind of push a build and see what it can actually do. So what we're going to do is when we get to Isle of Dread, so first things first, we're going to take level 9 and we're going to head to Isle of Dread. And we're going to start on Reaper 1. And every time we complete a quest, the next one is going up a level. So higher Reaper every time we win. So I don't remember exactly how many quests are in Isle of Dread, but it's a decent number, so we will eventually die. Like, I don't expect this build to be able to solo R10s while leveling in heroics. But we're going to find out where we tap out. I expect we'll be able to get up to R4-ish with very little difficulty. And then we'll start struggling. Let's see. 12 quests, gonna break the game, 12 skulls. Ooh, yeah, that will make things difficult. Alright, where are my meta magics? Which actually don't matter, because I don't have anything to apply them to yet. Oh, right, I don't want any of these anyway. What do we want? We have basically 2 choices here. Actually, no, I take that back. I take the obvious one. Boom. 1 to all DCs. And let's see. Do I have more gear set up for me at level 9? No. No, I do not. So it is off to Isle of Dread. It's a newer expansion, so it should be more challenging than Three Row Cove. It is. But don't get me wrong, this is not my first rodeo doing this type of challenge, and I have been consistently surprised by what I can get away with. Oh, I have an extra pipe in here. There we go.
Foxpaw stands on the black sand beach,
So, let's see, I did it... What is the last time I did this? I believe last time I did it was in Heroic Myth Draenor, actually, and we capped out at, I think, R6. IOD is still more forgiving than if I went to Lamordia. Well, I am level 9, so I'm not gonna jump straight to Lamordia instead of Isle of Dread. Like, I guess I could, but my leveling path kind of expects that I do both.
Foxpaw hailed you from the water's edge. He wanted to discuss the strange teleporting island. Foxpaw said he wanted to show you some experiment related to the conch of secrets. He had mounted the magical artifact.
So that's next? I mean, Let's see. We've got, we'll say, 3-ish hours left in stream. Assuming that we finish Isle of Dread, we will then go to Lamortia, yes. Now, you might think it's like 3 hours for Isle of Dread. You'll get that easily. And it's like, yes, definitely, if I were on R1. Going higher and higher and having to replay quests after I lose and have to drop the difficulty makes it take a little longer. But yes, I expect we will at least start Lamortia tonight. I probably won't start it at whatever difficulty we end up with at the end of Isle of Dread. I'll probably start it maybe R3. Because I don't want to drop all the way back to R1, but if we end up finishing Isle of Dread at R6, I don't want to start R6 Lamortia. That just sounds like a bad plan. On the other hand, being fire-based in Lamortia should help us out. Also, the resists are going to come in handy. 45 cold resist is going to do wonders for the damn water elementals that just spam Frost Lance. Frost Lance is such a rude awakening, especially to evasion type characters, because Frost Lance is not a reflex save. And because it's not a reflex save, it's a fortitude save, evasion doesn't work on it. Because evasion only works on spells that have a reflex save. But I have gotten, like, well-established many past life characters killed in this quest specifically because of the last fight on the boat, where the casters will knock you down and chain CC you with Cyclonic Rift. And then you get just spammed to death by Frost Lance. You need to get back in. You've been doing... Oh, you know, at some point I need to not necessarily do honor runs, but I need to finish my first run, because it's in the last area. Like, I believe I could walk to fighting the Elder Brain, because I'm pretty sure I got the, like, alert that's like, if you go this way, then there is no way back. You're at the point of no return. So I think I got that. Oh, right. I should put up Death Ward, because I think there's stuff in this quest that can drain life. And even if there are no mobs here, I'm pretty sure that at this level, Famine Reapers start having the ability. That seems like an odd point to leave it. I mean, it's because I didn't want to finish it right then. Like, there was a lot of other side stuff that I hadn't done. Like, I hadn't done any of Asterian's bit with Cazador, and I hadn't done the Raphael stuff. So, there was a lot still left undone that I had meant to do. Like, if I just wanted to rush the end, sure. But there was other stuff to be done as well. Stupid blackbone skeletons being immune to fire. I'm trying to think what other places in here are going to have a lot of immune to fire stuff. Like, there's tar pits, but I do tar pits early, so it's not a big deal. Side quests to do, and those are even plot, like, yeah. Like, it's not just, like, random side quests. It's just, like, plot-relevant, character-relevant sort of big side quests. Not just, like, collect random loot sort of side quests. That's right. I strafed around your Cyclonic Blast. Oh no. Anyway. You know, I should probably grab scrolls for this. Oh wait. Is level 9 the cutoff for res scrolls or heal scrolls? So one is like level 9 and one's like level 11, I think. Yeah, this is too easy? Yeah. That was R1. And successfully completing R1 means next one up is R2. I think we're going to do Crab first. We'll do Crab before we leave town. I don't know what everyone's routing is for whether like you just head out to the island and then you come back and do crab later. Res is 11. Can you raise dead at 9? Okay. Well, I should probably check. Just grab heal scrolls. Because if we're on higher difficulties, we're gonna be taking damage that'll punch through our temp health. So we might make our way to House K and grab some heal scrolls. Or see if I've got some hanging around in the reincarnation cache.
The ship had sunk near that strange teleporting island. You soon found yourself near shore.
Grab the rubble, grab the conch. Yeah, talk to Foxpaw.
We found ourselves held captive
There we
by the
go.
god
Easy
Kevin,
11k.
shipwrecked on the mysterious Isle of Dread.
Alright. And if you didn't know, if you join a group and they're already ahead of you, like they've already started Isle of Dread, you joined in progress, and you don't have the item that teleports you to Isle of Dread, what you can do is you can enter that quest we just beat, and instead of talking to Foxpaw in the beginning, you skip straight to the exit there, and you can just exit without finishing the quest, and it'll get you to Isle of Dread. Missed the note on the way out for the last quest free XP? I thought it only gave you XP if you got all of them. Unless, of course, I had already gotten all of the previous ones, in which case, oops. Nope, just D-Door scrolls. Okay, that's fine. I think we do crab first on R2, and then we can grab our heal scrolls for later on. Now I'm gonna just second guess myself. We're in town. We have the teleport. We'll just grab them now before I forget about it. This is the problem with leaving things for later, as I'm likely to forget. So we do it now, while we are thinking about it. Exit. Guild airship, please. Let me move. There we go. You. Take me to House K. House K. Actually, now that I think about it, I can drop more Reaper points, I think. Level 9 unlocks not the next tier, but the next cores, if I recall correctly. Hi, I would like to trade. Scroll of Heal. Ah, yes, it is minimum level 9. Give me 100 of them. And I won't need them right now, but good to have for later. Heal scrolls, res scrolls. Scroll of heal. Scroll of raise dead. There we go. Now we can head back to Isle of Dread. And we get 20 more HP, and some saving throws, more spell points, and more to hit and damage. Let's see, what is the fastest way to IOD from here? I think it's just harbor teleport. Take me to the harbor. Okay. I wonder if I should put some indicator on stream. Like, put a little text somewhere on screen for what level we're on. Travel to... I don't know. Let's do that, shall we? Just for fun. Do I have one? No, I don't have one. Okay. We'll add one. Add text. Status. Okay. That is too big. This is too big. Where do we put it? Right hand side? Shall we have it go up instead of down? Nah, we'll go down instead. Now we're just being indecisive. We'll stick it over there. Okay, hopefully that's legible. I should probably change the colors on it or something, but I'm editing live, so we will just do what we can do. This is what happens when you don't plan for things and you're just randomly adding stream assets. R2.
You arrive on the shore of this small island. In the distance, you can see the Kopu's encampment, a fortified stone structure built into a natural rocky enclosure.
All right.
Owen Reeves informs you that the curse monolith is protected by a gigantic crack. Yet the Kopu also fear the dark energies protecting the station, and so they have developed a defense.
You know, I might want to change my build.
Just ahead, you spot the man.
Like, it might be a good idea to drop some of our offensive power from let's say, so like drop out of firepower from Acolyte of the Skin and go into Feywild for the Greater Color Spray. Because having that extra crowd control could do a lot for me once we get to higher difficulties.
You overhear a conversation between a Kopu lieutenant and a guard. Says the Kopu, make sure the beast remains calm.
Ow. Suddenly just 70 force damage. Then I won't have to kite? Oh, I'll still have to kite. Oh, I still can't interact with it. I always underestimate just how long those damn things stay locked for. I always, like, you finish off the first group of guys, it's like, okay, cool, now I can start pulling levers, right? Nope.
And remain still. The Kopu lieutenant crumbles at your feet. Crab emerges from
Alright, is it edges?
It rears up, exposing its belly. Now is your chance to immobilize the beast. A Kopu officer appears, along with a slew of reinforcements. Kopu lets out a garbled cry before slumping.
This is going to be super annoying.
Crab emerges from the sand. It rears up, exposing its belly. Now is your chance to immobilize the beast. A group of reinforcements enters the arena.
Alright, this is the left two.
Crab emerges from the sand.
That's the left one.
Up, exposing its belly. Now is your chance to immobilize the beast. The ballista's arrow clangs into position, ready to fire.
Alright. Edges. Right two.
The crab emerges from the sand. It rears up, exposing its belly. Now is your chance to immobilize.
Which one is that? Oh. I can't see the number on the thingy. Oh, that was 4 anyway. It's in front of 1. And I don't have 1 prepped. Alright, So it's far left.
Emerges from the sand. It rears up, exposing its belly.
I should
Now
probably
is
be
your
using
chance to
web.
immobilize the beast.
Far left. Edges.
The ballista's arrow clangs into position, ready to fire.
That's 3.
The crab emerges from the sand. It rears up, exposing its belly. Now
Got
is
it.
your chance to immobilize the beast. The bolt careens into the crab's underbelly. knocking
Well, this
it off
doesn't
balance
bode
and
well.
stunning
That was
it.
a little bit trickier than I
The
expected.
surrounding both the crab
But we
and the
did get a
monolith
little bit unlucky with
fade away.
things.
You touch the monolith and feel a jolt of energy as the attunement is bestowed upon you.
Okay, so it looks like Twitch wants to force an ad on us within the next like 2 minutes. So just so no one misses anything, we're gonna run that now. We're gonna take a little bit of a health and wellness break. We refill our drink, we stand up, we stretch, we walk around. I encourage you to take care of yourselves as well. You won't miss anything because the game will not be played during this time, or I might just like run to the next section. But we will see you in 3 minutes on the other side. Yes, coffee and smoke break if you got them. And, yeah. The smoke break probably less healthy. No matter what you're smoking, it is still smoke going into your lungs, which is not ideal. But yeah, I'll see everyone in 3 minutes. All right, we've returned. So I think we are going to do that respec that we talked about here. So we take points out of Acolyte of Sin. We put them over here into just a little bit of stuff in here. What do we want? Permanent blur, or I don't know if this works with this. We'll find out here in a second. Okay, so we grab Greater Color Spray, we come back here, we get Firepower, we get 1 point here, we get Night Shield, we get not all of our points in Fire Resist Bypass. But welcome back, I hope everyone had a good break. We're going to head out onto the island and tackle R3. Alright, so we did lose some health, we lost Fire Resist, we lost Firepower, and we lost Fire Penetration. But we gained, potentially... Okay, so this does not work with Permanent Shield, because we had this much Magic Resist rating before. So this is dead points. But it's fine. Isle of Dread. Off we go. Alright, so we're headed over to Tar Pits. Now, if I were going to be smart about this, I would deliberately change my routing to see which ones I went to first, to put the easy ones last for when our skulls are getting higher. But we're not going to do that. We're going to do our standard route and just kind of see what happens. 3 skulls. So we do this, we do this. We cast Resist Fire on ourselves. We cast Death Ward. Well, R3 is certainly looking difficult. Double Reaper might make it actually more difficult. Tar bubbles apparently don't resist fire, which I guess makes sense. They are made of tar, after all. Ah, I was caught on the edge. Okay. Shield and Night Shield should work with Feydark. I believe it is the... You have to cast the spell, though. Having it permanently on doesn't. Or at least, I feel like my Magic Resist rating should have gone higher if I were getting the plus 10 from Night Shield, which I am not. You know clickies work with it? Well, yeah, clickies are casting the spell. It's not a permanent effect. Yeah. We'll cast Featherfall. I know we resist a lot of fire, but no need to take unnecessary damage here. I wouldn't count on anything working as intended. Lots of things work as intended. Unfortunately, DDO has a metric shit ton of mechanics, and some of them don't work as intended. Now, the actual question here is this an intended interaction or not? Because just because it doesn't work the way that I want it to, doesn't mean it's unintended. Maybe they intended that it only work when you hardcast the spells and not just give you a passive amount by getting passive shielding. That is possible. Do I think that's actually the case? No. I think that this is probably unintended. But it's hard to say. Let's see, can I break these with blast or no? No, we have to keep turning blast on and off. This seems a poor quest to start having less fire pen res and pen. True. But, you know, I also picked the wrong day to stop stiffing glue. Disclaimer for those who have not heard this before. I do not sniff glue. This is an airplane reference. I feel like I need to clarify this, even though I know that the people who watch me for DDO are generally older and would remember that. But for the youth, or anyone who might not have seen Airplane, this is a bit of a running gag. Of course, the whole thing is running gags. All right. So it's 1, 2, and 3 down. Time to go for old number 4. As we manage to not take falling damage, because we just kind of touch the edge of the cliff slope a little bit on the way down, and that's all we need, right? You can totally do that. Just slow yourself down by dragging a hand against the wall, and it surely won't lead to you splattering on the bottom just as hard, but also with your hands shredded. Oh, wait, almost forgot to change it. R4. Let's see. Do we need to do any special buffs here? I think we do want to cast Resist Sonic. Wait, no, that's electricity. Sonic. Oh look, it's a Carnage Reaper that got crowd controlled because we respect into being able to crowd control them. That's right, I've got webs too. We have web and greater color spray. Now that I'm on R4, I am significantly less willing to just, like, YOLO kite everything. That said, having big AoE does help with the fact... having big AoE crowd control does help with the fact that we don't have big AoE damage. Oh no, a massive saber-tooth is coming to attack me. If only I had placed some sort of web in its way. Oh, you hit for like 100 damage a shot. Let's kite you. Thank you very much. Healing. Not a ton of healing, but enough. Triple save. That's bad news for me. And there's a Fear Reaper over there. Fear Reaper is worse news for me. You get target focused. Thank you very much. Okay. More healing. We'll get a good chunk of healing by zoning in because of Reaper mode, so we do that. And we turn off Chain Shape for single target damage. We don't have fear immunity, which we would normally have, but we don't. We dodge the biting. We're good to go. I suppose I should cast my my actual defensive spells here. That's right. We're putting up displacement. Oh no, he's trying to step on me. He's trying to step on me. Okay, he did successfully step on me and dealt 100 damage. And he's dead. Chain shape back on, and chest looting. Great success. Step on me harder, Dino Daddy. That is certainly a phrase that one could say, yes. Alright, so we are now headed to Triceratops, I think? Which also kind of try to step on you. I believe their frontal AoE is technically a trample attack. But yeah, it's become pretty clear that we are going to start taking a lot of damage. We have 80 physical resist rating, which isn't bad, especially at this level, but it's not really good either. So we're going to have to rely a little bit more on crowd control and stuff coming up here. That said, it's not like we really heavily went in on our DCs. Let's see, did we actually put on the DC neck? No, we put on the charisma neck. So I don't think we currently have... and we fell down a cliff. It's fine. We'll run back out. I don't think we currently have plus the DCs in our gear set, which we might want to change. Surprised Amberneck usually carries for a while. It's mostly because I don't have charisma anywhere else in my gear set. Like, what I need to do is just find somewhere else to stick charisma. And we're going to use this convenient Persian. Yeah, Scroll of Bane, Command, Mage Armor, Master's Touch, Protection from Evil, Wave Enfeeblement, Remove Paralysis, Spawn Screen. Yeah, all those go away. And repair things. Actually, now that I look at it, why do I still have Spearbane on? The 4 damage reduction just isn't going to do much for me anymore. When I could put on Cold Iron Bracers to get my 7-piece bonus. So we go from 79 and 305 hit points. Yeah, we get 12 extra health and 5 sheltering. And we lose 4 damage reduction, but 4 damage reduction was starting to not be as strong anymore. So, alright, what are we on? R5. In we go. Here we definitely want Death Ward because of the Necromancers. Yep, just random melees for 30. Flameborn taking very little fire damage. And this is why we got 100 heal scrolls, because it's what we're going to use to top ourselves up between pulls. I saw the guy with the crown and I was like, oh, I need to get on top of targeting him down first. Oh boy. Just shot in the face for 160. Cool. We'll have to use another one of those here in a second. Yay, spamming healing. Is it a little cheap? Yes, but you know, if there are going to be guys who are just going to melee me for like, what, about a third of my health there? Whew. The harm spells hitting for like 180 each. Also a little spicy. If only I were in some sort of undead form. Because man, that'd be a lot of healing. I just might need to target prioritize things a little differently. And make sure to spam harder on my crowd control spells. I have the spell points for it. We just need to start being a lot more respectful of the amount of damage things can deal to us. Now, granted, this one is not a champion, so we're not as worried, but he probably still hits for like 50. There we go. Displacement is 25%. Yeah, well, it's better than not having the 25%. Oh, I am out of spell components for web. Good thing we were going to be headed back to town anyway. Just as part of our normal routing, this is the last one we do on this side, and then we go around to the other side. So no more webs. Just greater color spray. And I say just greater color spray, but greater color spray is quite effective. Wait, why don't I have Death Ward up? I could have sworn I cast it. Do they dispel Death Ward? That's a nasty little trick they do. Because I was just like, wait a second, I shouldn't be taking that big a damage from these sort of things. But yes, I am generally aware that the higher your skulls go, the less that things like concealment defenses work. In this case, displacement is a concealment effect. Okay. However, you know what doesn't go down? that's in a very similar channel. Blind. Blind is effectively the same as displacement. It gives them a 50% chance to miss you. But because it's on them, not on you, I believe it is not affected by that same sort of Reaper penalty. So as long as I can land the blind part of the Greater Color Spray, we're good to go. This is definitely a fair fight against that Light Bearer mob. Actually, and I don't know if anyone caught it last fight, because, you know, you're not sitting here putting the keys in as me, but I did use Staunch, whatever the hell you call it, and they did eat through the entire temporary health shield on it. So, stuff is starting to hit pretty hard. You'd expect me to know most things? I do know a lot of things. But, conversely, there are also a lot of things that I do not know. Because, as we mentioned earlier, DDO is a game with a lot of mechanics, and sometimes they all work, and sometimes they don't, and also something just hit me for like 200-something damage. I think it was a shaman. So we want to wait. There we go. Wanted to wait until I had the cooldown finished up on Stanch. I'm going to call it Staunch. I'm pretty sure it's Staunch. Alright, so herein lies the question. Do we want to shrine? Because there are two different ways that we can think about this. One, shrining takes away the permanent debuff of Staunch, which makes it good. Shrining also takes away the depravity stacks, which we need to cast it more in the future. Alright, 60 damage from the lightning bolt bounce. So I think we're going to not shrine in order to keep our stacks. Also, they're not dispelling my death ward, okay. We will recast our buffs, And I think we will precast this for the temporary health shield. Alright, come on, come and get me. Ooh, hit for 100. Not ideal. Charge attack. Okay. So we want it to be over here when these guys spawned, because if you're at one far side of the arena, I'm pretty sure you don't aggro both sides at once. So by being all the way over here, we can take on these ad spawns without that guy over there aggroing us, so we don't end up fighting them all at the same time. Alright. We preemptively put up our temp health. For some reason I thought he summoned... Ah, yes, there it is. I was like, I didn't switch to the... To the what? To the single target burst, or blast, I should say, because I was pretty sure he summoned ads. That is a Soul of Cruelty. Fortunately, Soul of Cruelties that do single big attacks are not as concerning as Soul of Cruelties that do many small attacks, because they're one of the ones that stacks ridiculously damaging dots on you. Alright. That is R5 complete. And there we go. Now, when we get back to town, we need to remember to buy spell components. We need spell components for web. And now it's Vengeance to Spare Time. It was already Vengeance to Spare Time. Vengeance and Despair start at R5. We just got lucky that none spawned. I was actually just thinking, it's like, wait, do I have any spell absorb on this level for, like, if Vengeance spawn? It's just like... I don't know, do I have a Fjarlan Mirror Cloak? Like a level 5 one? I don't think I've got one around. I'd probably have one on an alt. Yeah, Cloak of the Zephyr. Downcast Heavy Cloak, Walking Ancestor Shroud. Oh, interesting. If I'm willing to give up the Winter Cloak, I do have Walking Ancestor Shroud, which gets me, like, Spell Focus Mastery. I do not have a Pale Ion Stone, no. Let's see, I could switch to Amber Pendant if I wanted to. Like, if we pull out Amber Pendant, what do we lose? Like, let's look at our DCs, shall we? DC... Right, there we go. Save 36. Save 34. Okay, so I do have DCs somewhere else. Where do I have them? Ah, Prince's Scepter. Prince's Scepter offhand. Okay. That makes sense. Cloak also gives charisma, so could open up the neck. Yeah. But the thing is, the things that my various necks give me, I also get other places. Like, we've got Winter Court Necklace that gives Profane Life and Profane Spell Focus, and I have Profane Spell Focus here. And I might have Profane Life somewhere else. Maybe not. But yeah, I mean, like, we have Vitality and Protection here. We've got all sorts of stuff all over the place, really. But okay, because we have Prince's Scepter offhand, we're kind of okay there. Like, another thing that we could do for our defenses, if we wanted to switch to some sort of shield, we have Golden Orb of Death if I wanted to get that sweet, sweet 2 insightful spell war. Or we have Powder Pack Barrel, which is Force and Fire, which would be nice, but it's not a big enough enhancement, like 10 Fire Lore over, I believe it's 9 here. Yeah. Ring of Summer's Heat carries. Hexbreaker, just not good enough. So, yeah, I think we're good on gear. We just need to go grab some spell components. So you're a bartender. I need the general goods vendor. Also, we have 2 points to spend. So we can go back to getting our fire resists, which might be the way to go. We can get more damage here. We can... Mind Wreck, I don't care about, I don't think. What are these? That is will saves. So, I wonder if this is worth it. -4 to will saves when my main crowd control is burst. Or is Hellish Rebuke worth it? For 3 minutes plus 1 minute per caster level, they have a chance to take damage. Oh, but it doesn't have the upgrade to do the knockdown on it, so I don't care. If it had the knockdown on it, I might take it, but as it stands, no. So we can take fire resist, 3 fire resist, 9 fire resist and 9 health, or we can put this into more offense. Or we can get 5 universal spell power right here for 1 point. Let's see, that is reduce fort saves. There we go. We'll get 6 health and 5 universal spell power. And then we come over here to the general goods vendors. grab ourselves some spell components. Hello. I would like to trade. Get me... Let's just get everything that we need for a while here. Just because I don't want to have to, like, level up and be like, oops, didn't have spell components. No. We want level 1s. Extra 100 of those. How are we on spell components now? Alright, 1, 2, 3. More 3. 4. Alright. Lots of all our spell components. That's what we wanted. Okay. Now it is time we get into the more difficult side of things. But the problem... Oh, and I never revisited the problem with the cloak. The problem with the cloak is I replaced Cloak of Winter, which has Life Sealed, which has False Life, which has Ice Barrier. Like, Cloak of Winter is very, very good. And also, it would break my set bonus, so I would lose my 5 artifact sheltering as well. So that is the downside there. All in all, I would gain 1 charisma and the ability to swap a weapon for a different weapon. Or for, like, a shield or an orb. Which, we could get our 2% crit from the Orb of Golden Death. But besides that, I didn't have that many other compelling options. Obviously, I could look at Lemordia things. Now, I don't think Lemordia weapons would necessarily be beneficial unless... Does the Acid Dot work with Eldritch Blast? Or is it just spells? Because I know... Actually, no, I take that back. I don't remember if it works with the ring out of Master Artificer either. Because if I could get the Lemordia Acid Dot on Eldritch Blast, it would probably be worth it. If it's just weapon hits, it might be. I mean, that would make the most sense. But, the mechanics don't always make sense. Alright. This one could be a little rough. Because, especially the one I'm going to go to first, which is the one on this side, that side, from that side. I always get thrown off by the fact that my camera is mirrored. I think? Yeah, my camera is mirrored. So it's just like, wait a second, I'm pointing to my right, which is your left, which is my right, which is my left. It's like, oh, wait. Did I get seen? No? Cool. Good to go. I need to make her Lemordia game with elemental crit damage. That does sound like it would be pretty strong. I'm pretty sure they're immune to web because they're spiders, but... Yeah. Oh look, a Despair Reaper. I might just straight up run away from this. The gates are down. Fey Touched is immune, because of course it is. You might be like, you haven't taken any damage. Why are you so worried? It's like, I'm not taking damage because I am so worried. A group of spiders that are immune to, like, most of my crowd control and a Despair Reaper is not a great position to be in. Fear and Despair. Well then. Alright, fear down. Fear dot got stacked on me enough to do 80-something damage per tick. Yeah, so these sorts of close quarters are a little difficult for me, but we're getting by, and I believe the despair is already down. It is. Excellent. So, yeah. No champions this time. Hi. Don't mind me. I'm just taking advantage of the fact that I am ranged and you are not. Oh, I've just noticed that the game audio has been turned off since I... Oh. Where did you come from? This is what I get for trying to pay attention to something on a different screen. Okay. Game audio had been turned off ever since we had our earlier break. And it's also probably about time for our next break? No, we got 20 minutes. I don't know if these guys are immune to web, so I'll cast it just in case.
You stumble into the den of an Ettercap and its arachnid companions.
This guy is because he's red name.
By a large web.
Can we... Oh. Okay. That was a lot of damage. Oh wow, he takes like no damage. Look how little damage we do now that it's on R6. Hitting for like 15 to 20. Oh, we got a crit for 50 something. And we haven't even hit the really bad the really bad what? The really bad penalties that start kicking in at like R7 through 10. Where they're just like, you know what, we thought nuking characters were too strong. So we have decided that they specifically don't get to deal damage anymore. It's like, what? Like, yep. That's what we said. So I think they're immune to the blind part of it, but I don't know what other parts they're immune to. Because what is it? It's blind and dazed and silenced. Alright. We successfully... Wait, I know D-Door, don't I? Yeah. Okay, and up we go. Alright, so that's one down, 2 to go. But yeah, I should also look at some of the Heroic Lamordia gear. I think there's a necklace with packed dice on it. Or maybe it's imbue dice. Maybe it's both. In either case... Maybe, I forget if it's like a trinket or a neck or something. But wait. Not dealing with spiders anymore. What is that? Despair again? Yeah, we're getting a lot of Despair Reapers. This is Really excessive, game. If you could just not, I would appreciate it. And of course it makes all its saves. It's a Despair Reaper. It's pack dice for the one where you fight the 3 different bodies of Dr. Mordenheim. The 3 different bodies of Dr. Mordenheim. Maybe I'm getting the names mixed up. I'm thinking of the one where you fight the 3 different bodies of, like, the mayor dude.
You find yourself in the old mausoleum. At the back of the room,
Vengeance Reaper.
atop an altar.
Let's see. Can I bluff them over here? Because I don't want to walk up out of range. Because of course it is. There we go. Excellent. Didn't want to fight them after all the ads spawned.
You pick up the crest of the octopus.
Maybe his mayor. The boss is 3 bodies one at a time. It's one of the docks. Yeah, it's like where you end up in a room with like a... There's like a force field while he talks for a while, and then you fight him, and he goes to another body, and you fight him, and he goes to another body. I was also thinking of the fight on the last bit, where you're in the tower, and she summons like the 3 different things to fight you. But I'm pretty sure that's not what you meant by, like, 3 bodies. Oh, he's weak to fire. He's taking 30 damage a hit.
You managed to defeat the mummy and its army of undead. Now you may leave this place one step closer to your goal.
Okay. And we're off. 2 out of 3. And we're at how many Advanced Reapers now? I think that's 3 separate Despair Reapers. So, yeah. It's certainly given them to us. We got lucky on the last one when it was on R5. But now that's like, well, it's R6. The chances are higher. And it's time to give them to you. You have a solar gem of blast dice. You know, I should probably check my gems for that too. Let's actually check. Turn on dead hit dice. Turn on dead hit dice, turn on dead max dice, turn on dead hit dice, and Snow Peak's imbue dice. These are filigree, not solar augs.
You open the door to a dead
I mean, it is a tempting offer, but I...
You spy one of the
Oh wait,
crests
before we do
at the
this,
back of the room, locked
cold
behind
resist for the elementals. For some reason I thought they spawned before you did the puzzles, but it appears that is not the case. Go. Then this one.
The last rune in this puzzle rose to life. Then water elementals form in the water below.
Oh boy. That Arborian hurts a lot. We put up stanch before we started this, and it's still not enough. I need it dead. Thank you. We need stanch again. Ooh. That was a lot of damage. Okay. A little bit of healing. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to keep chaining Warlock lives, so thank you for the offer, but, you know, I think you can keep it. Those things are pretty rare. Okay, Moss Patch. Like, if I were going to start looking at that, I would need to look at the Lemordia gear more in general and change up my general gearing strategy. Because right now it's basically Feywild with like 1 or 2 swaps until Sharn, until like level 21. So I don't really work in any Lemordia gear at all at this point. Alright, so I'm very glad that I put up cold resist, because getting wrecked by that elite, that was with 45 flat cold resist. And yeah, if I didn't cast resist, that would have hurt even more. Alright, so here we're going to run into another question of to shrine or not to shrine. On the one hand, for why to shrine? It's like, well, we might want to get our constitution back. Sorry, our max health back from using Staunch. We also want our charges back on our dash for kiting purposes. On the other hand, we do lose a lot of our charges, and so our ability to staunch in the future.
You slot all 3 crests into their place, opening your path.
How'd you like Arcane Trickster lives? Don't need to do on main. So I did 1 Arcane Trickster life, and I thought it worked pretty well. I will echo the sentiments I've heard from other people, which is that it feels pretty bad before level 8. And after that, I would say it feels similar to a DC caster, where you have a variety of buttons to just like straight up delete single targets, but somewhat lackluster AoE. Like, you get chain missiles for AoE, which is nice, but the radius on it is still relatively small. And because it's relatively small, it's a little bit trickier to use than something like... I'll compare it to more of a proper caster, whether that's Delay Blast Fireball, whether that's... or even just normal Fireball, or say something like Flame Strike. It's a much smaller radius, so it is harder to use, even if it does hit just as hard.
You emerge into a crumbling ruin, the gargoyle's lair. When the beasts see you, they rouse themselves.
Alright, we crowd controlled some of them. Oh wait, I'm out of dashes. Maybe I should just kill the ads first. That probably makes more sense. Count as some bouncing to the boss. There we go. Switch to single target blast. So anyway, I kept blasting.
The last of the gargoyles shatters into dust. Now you are free to search for the treasure without danger. A secret door slides open, revealing a hidden cache of
There we
treasure,
go.
along with the book you've been sent to find. You take the book from the
Alright,
pile,
R6
and
complete.
also help yourself to any
We
other
got, what,
gargoyles that catch
1
your eye.
Vengeance and 3 Despair?
According to the islanders, gargoyles roost in the canyon ruins.
Oh,
beyond
speaking of
this
which.
weather-beaten gateway.
Let's grab these out. Just in case. Would you recommend racial like gnome for int illusion or maybe dragon? Oh, for which race to do arcane trickster with? Are you doing caster or are you gonna do like one of the other kind of builds? Because I only did caster, and my caster build was a little weird because I splashed wizard.
A steep path.
Tiefling or Eladrin? Let's see.
The bullywugs have transformed the ancient structure into their
Alright, we're
own.
gonna go up to R7. But I don't know. So I got benefits because I was Dhampir. I got extra sneak dice from my racial tree. And it scales with sneak dice, so that was good. That was nice. I don't know how much the others are going to help you. Because it scales with force damage and sneak dice. And your DCs are going to be high because they're based off of, like,
The smell tells you that the current inhabitants are
your disabled device. And I'm just thinking about ones that had some AoE in the racial tree to offset the weakness. Ah, okay. That's Plague Reaper. That is a Mark of Chaos. Alright, stuff's just straight up meleeing me for like 80 damage. Not ideal. Yeah, we're really struggling on damage now. Because we have hit the point that we get not only... Oh, there's another one guy here. Not only do we get the normal problem of as you get into higher levels of Reaper, you do less damage, but we also get the specific elemental damage reduction, which is its own problem. But no, Arcane Trickster seems to be very good at what it's good at, but it does have some weaknesses, which, honestly, as far as a balance perspective is concerned, seems like a pretty good place for something to be. I need to spam this harder. Even harder. Like, every time it comes off cooldown, I should be casting Greater Color Spray. Of course, if they leap right when I cast it, so they're behind me and don't get hit, that is a little bit of a problem. It also makes it harder for you to hit them with Eldritch Blasts. Alright. Will we use a second one? Sure, we'll use a second one.
The door opens, revealing a large chamber. You found what you
Not gonna bother fighting those things.
The monolith begins to hum with energy as you approach it. Your hand passes through the monolith as you reach out to touch it. An illusion.
Is that Carnage? It's okay. I'm good. Oh, and a Fear. Fear needs to die. Fear needs to die. Fear means unavoidable, huge amounts of damage. Yeah, so you saw what happened when the fear got even close to being able to do anything. It managed to get 3 stacks up, and that's enough to basically kill me. We're about to get flanked because the guys we crowd controlled are going to come at us from the other side. Hoo boy! R7 is looking rough. Because, yeah, 1 Fear Reaper spawn, and I don't have the burst damage to take care of it. Like, I even killed him relatively quickly, but it's just relatively quickly wasn't good enough. He got a 3rd stack off, and suddenly I'm taking 150 damage a tick when I only have like 400 health. So it's rough going. All right. There we go. If you color spray in melee range, it won't stack, right? What do you mean it won't stack? If I color spray in what in melee range? If I color spray and accidentally the whole thing? Fear stacks. Maybe? Question mark? Oh, wait. Wrong window. Ah, okay. I was about to say, I thought I might have missed one. Staying in melee range. Yeah. The problem is that it's around a bunch of other guys that if I stay in melee range, I die. Alright, so, we've got about 30 seconds before Twitch is like, hey, it's time for an ad now. So, we're gonna run that ad. We're gonna take a break. Snack, drink, stand up, stretch, all that good stuff. You will not miss anything. We will be standing here, hiding in a corner, and waiting for everyone to get back so that we can proceed together. Because the worst thing about ads on Twitch is when people keep playing stuff and then you miss things. So no one will miss anything. I will see everyone in 3 minutes. Alright, we've returned. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone had a good break. We are still not dead, which is a good sign. I was just looking at the number of dice we have. We have 4 dice and 8 packed dice. I was going to Google, and I will now Google what that necklace is. Didio Amor or the Blast dice. U97 named item. It doesn't show up on searching the page. Because it's probably not, like, in the actual description of the item. It's probably called, like, oh yes, welcome in, Sarian. It is going okay. We are in R7 Bullywug's Bastion. So, there is that. And I'm looking for a piece of Lamordia loot whose name I do not recall. Well, oh, maybe it was Goggles. It's the one that gives the thing gives packed dice or blast dice or something. But unfortunately, it's not named, like, it's not going to show up on the page as this is what it does. It's going to show up on the page as, like, some other name. Like, it doesn't say +1 to pack dice. It says blah, 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 blah. Then you look at the description. It's like, which gives +1 to pack dice. Helms, armor. We want necklaces. There it is. Power Impact. Okay, so it's from ends and means. Oh, and it gives Spell Focus Mastery. Neat. But it does give 1 to packed dice, not to Eldritch Blast dice. Still, it would be nice to have. Alright, we get to put our buffs back up because we took our ad break, so we want to be back up. Please stay webbed. That is a Famine Reaper, which, of all the Reapers to run into, is one that I am not as worried about as some others. I say as it takes away half my health. Just like, this isn't as bad as some of the other ones. Come on. Yeah, you're hitting me for a lot. It's fine. It's whatever. Strafe harder. Okay, we're good to go. And we jump, and we jump, and we jump. Oh, right. We really don't want to stand and fight, even when they do get crowd controlled, because they can very quickly become uncrowd controlled. Because, well, it's R7. Stuff just doesn't last as long. And we don't have a 100% guarantee on our crowd control landing either, which makes other things more difficult. Right, we need to wait until we're out of combat to get any appreciable healing. What am I still in combat with? Fine, whatever. Mark of the Law. That's unfortunate. Oh, and your weird pathing took you around the edge, so I didn't hit. So I didn't aim properly. I'm missing a lot of my greater color sprays just because I'm not accounting for the fact that they jump all over the place. Yeah, my DCs are not high enough, but then again, what do you expect? It's not like I have a totally optimized gear set. Oh, this is a problem. Yeah, you might be able to just two-shot me here. Okay. If I can't drop combat to heal, this is going to go very badly very soon. Because, there we go. Because we get guys in here who can hit me for half of my health. So we're really going to need to continuously top ourselves up. Runs right through the web, no problems. This is not a champion. He probably only hits us for like 60 a shot. Alright, we got the champion. Which is fine. Oh, that might be a reason it's been more difficult for me. Just like, man, it's taking me forever to kill things. It might help if I switch to chain shape. I switched to single target for the boss of the last quest. And I'm wondering why it's taking me so long to kill groups. Well, go figure. It helps to kill groups if you do AoE damage. Yep. That's right. We're trying out R7 solo while leveling because we're such skilled players that we just kind of neglect the fact that we are using our wrong blast shape. Also, we appear to be chaining to something on a ledge above us. Now do it on melee? I mean, it's possible. It's a lot more difficult. Melee has a lot fewer tools, especially in heroics. Once you get into epics, you get a lot better crowd control options from some of the epic destinies. But crowd control is pretty important to this sort of thing, and at low levels, like, you're not going to be spending a feat slot for stunning blow unless you're a fighter. Your trip is probably not super effective, unless, of course, you're, if you're like Tabaxi, like staff sort of build, then you can get some real crowd control going on as melee, even from lower levels. But beyond that, it's going to be difficult. Dragon Fighter Roar, that's another good shout out. But yeah, when do you get the Roar to be good? Like, because I know you get the Roar before level 12, but I don't remember... Is level 12 when it turns into a stun so you get helpless damage on it, as opposed to like a daze? I swear there's like some sort of upgrade path to it. What the... We still have collision on this thing. Okay. We missed our jump, but it's fine. I think it's days till 12, though days is still helpless. It just broke on next hit. Oh, interesting. I think I've done like one Dragon Lord split, but I haven't done any of my Dragon Lord lives. They should go pretty well. I've heard good things about it. I think I did like a Barbarian split or something. It was a while ago, though. Hold on, did I... Oh, I didn't know you could even... It was even possible to lure things off of cliffs like that. Good to know. The DCs you can get on them are insane. I have heard that. Is it just because as a fighter you can take all those bonus feats for like +2, 4, 6 to all tactics DCs? Oh right, it's locked because I have to kill the guy that I lured into the hole. Where's the dude in the hole? Dude in the hole, of course, is the cousin of the man in the box. Ah, there you are. Also, I just took a ton of damage because I tried to back through the doorway, thinking the door was in the middle of the wall. The door is not in the middle of the wall. It's offset to this side. So that's unfortunate for me. Also, you get Strength Trance. Ah, yes, that is true. You have to choose, I believe, between Strength Trance and Rage. They were like, nope, we're not giving you Strength Trance and Rage. That would be too broken. Okay. We'll do this just in case. Then we will do this. And this. Oh, even the non-champs are meleeing me for like 80. Can't do both. If you wanted to do like PDK Dragon Lord, you can choose a Charisma Trance and then have Rage. Yeah, but the whole point of it would be to double stack it. You Rage for the huge strength bonuses, and then you Trance the strength. Which is, I believe, this specific interaction that they were trying to block. Alright, what do we have? We have double fear. This is a major problem. Alright, we have 2 stacks of fear dot on us. We have 3 stacks of fear dot on us. So I think we're just dead here. Oh, wait, no. We're not completely dead. We survived with... We did not survive. He jumped down the hole after us. We did survive the fear dot, but the champion, like, did a leap attack on us. Now, the question is, how far are we from a shrine? We should be in range of a shrine. Why are they not showing on the map? Because I'm pretty sure there's a shrine... Was it here? I don't want to run the wrong way. So I'm going to look up where they are with the online map. That'll actually tell me. Video. Bullywugs and booby traps. Show me the map. Okay. We come in here. We go down there. And this way. Optional. Ah, okay. The shrine is... I had actually not gotten to any shrines yet. The shrines were just ahead of me. Alright, so, to get to the shrines, we leave here. We go up and around. Okay, cool. Alright, off we go. I don't believe there's anything between us and the shrine, as long as we don't mess up our platforming or die to random things on the way. Hi, everybody. We are rotting, but we're going to try to kill you with the dot on us anyway. And no, something... One of you guys decided they wanted to hit me for 350 damage. Critically hits me for 343 damage. What's my... Oh, I only have 50% fort. Well, that's a problem. But we did make it to the shrines. So... this is fine. This is recoverable. We spawn, we try to land crowd control, we... something victory. Alright, good. Our DCs are high enough that they hit most of the time, and most of the time was good enough. Okay. Now I believe we need to go back and clean that guy up before we can open this door, right? No, the door isn't locked. Cool. So, do we want to use these shrines? I think the answer is no for... Well, we got rid of the staunch debuff by dying. We're down levels a little bit. We're down a little bit of spell points, but we're not too concerned about the spell points. Does my armor not have fort on it? Nope, sure doesn't. Leaf mail. Actually, do I have that ring that I could swap if I wanted? I have a Nocturne ring with me. That'd give me another 30 fort. But I'd have to drop a decent chunk of spell power. Actually, not that much if I swap it for Ring of the Red Abishai. So how much spell power, how much firepower do I lose? That's 234. Yeah. Yeah, 234. So I'd lose 26 firepower for a little bit of fort. We'll continue to play greedy. It is almost certainly the wrong decision, but it's the decision that I am making. Haha! I didn't take any damage because you were blinded! And once again, I miss the main threat that's attacking me because he did a leap attack to my side, and I shot my crowd control directly ahead. Alright, he saved from the daze. Saved from a lot of stuff, really. I think we might want to shrine. Yeah, we'll shrine here. It means we won't have charges for staunch ahead, but that's a risk that we'll have to take. Because I want charges back on my leap in order to properly kite if we get something like a Despair Reaper or something like that. Actually, the other thing I could check for is let's see. Nope. Pretty sure. Shards of Mechanist Fortification. Right. Yeah, no. Right. So I don't have I'm not carrying around like any sapphires of heavy fortification or anything that I could quickly slot into gear. Besides which, isn't. Right after I was like, maybe I don't need these staunch charges. There's a Fear Reaper over there. Alright, what's next to them? Mark of Law. You know what? We're in running distance of the shrine. The res shrine, that is. So. Oh, we got a stack on us, so we die. Yep. So my leap is not good enough to clear both fire jets, we learned, as we just hit it and immediately took 350 fire damage plus a knockdown. Alright, we wait 20 seconds. But we did kill the Fear Reaper. The bad news is that we will have to sit through a 3-death debuff. Well, not sit through it. I'm not going to wait the whole time for it to fix itself, but it is something that we'll need to deal with. We heal up. Oh, it reset to 1? Did it reset because we used the healing shrine? Well, even better for us that we use the shrine. We do this, we do this. We cast Resist Fire just in case. Cast Death Ward just in case. Cast Featherfall so we can... So we're better able to... Oh, there were people on the right that I didn't notice. Okay, so only one is here. There's a champion behind him. Okay. There we go. We made it. We'll do one of these first. Alright. Our Conjuration DCs are not that high. Nor are our Illusion DCs, for that matter. I wonder if I can grab more Illusion DCs from the Feydark tree. I don't think there's any more that are low down that I couldn't get as, like, easy ones, but we'll take a quick look, actually. Alright, so we have... Offensive illusion spells reduce enemies' will saves by 1 for 10 seconds, stacks up to 3 times. Cooldown on this? Cooldown is 8 seconds. So if I spam it, it'll eventually drop their stuff down. We have illusionary weaponry. This is to hit and damage. This is saves. Yeah, okay. A little bit of touch-up healing. See, getting past the fire jet traps is easy. The problem is this. When there are enemies that are just going to walk up and hit me for most of my health. It makes it harder to kite things when there's fire jets in the way. I still don't know what hit me for like 200 damage. Presumably, any sort of champion will do it, because, well, the normal guys are hitting for 80. Alright, now that we're out of combat, we can heal up again. I am glad that I grabbed a full 100 heal scrolls, because we're chewing through them a lot now that we're in Higher Reaper. Alright, what are the odds that I can just get these guys to fall in a hole? Alright, Operation Fish in a Barrel is go. We just have to keep moving back and forth so we don't get hit by a ton of spears. Man, this is so much easier. Why don't I do this with every group? Clearly, this is the intended solution. I say only, partially joking, because if they're going to give you a hole that you can lead things into, I believe trapping stuff by leading them into the trap is probably one of the potential intended solutions. Please take extra helplessness damage. I need it, because otherwise I deal no damage. Alright, now oh, that's a Vengeance Reaper. Hello, Vengeance Reaper. Please come away from the other things that I might want to fight. Excellent. After we got the 3 Despair Reapers in that one quest, it has been fairly kind to us on the Reaper spawns for the high-level Reapers. The Fear Reapers, on the other hand, which represent, at least to me, at least as big a threat as a Vengeance Reaper, those have been a bit more problematic, but it's at least not, double despairing me much anymore. It did for a bit. Alright. See, they both leap attacked past my crowd control. Okay. Precast as much stuff as possible. And try to clear the ads. That is a Demon Soul Shaman. We really, really want that to die before it absolutely wrecks us. Okay. Champions, down. Boss, mostly down. We still are going to have to fight a little bit of stuff with the golems, but they are not something that I'm too worried about. They are immune to most of my crowd control, but that's not a problem. Actually, are they immune to web? Maybe? They are not. Cool. We're just going to ignore that dude. It only took us 40 minutes, but we did successfully finish it. And once again, I forgot to unmute the game audio, so you just got to hear my voice the whole time, which is unfortunate, but it'll do. Okay. R7 complete. Time for R8. What quest are we gonna hit for R8? One that I think we're almost guaranteed to fail on, because it is time for the Pirate's Point quest. And between all of the orange-named guys and all the ranged guys and the end fight where you're kind of locked in with a bunch of dinosaurs and stuff, I'm not feeling super confident about R8 on this one. But the whole point of this exercise is to see if we can do it or not to automatically succeed on things. So, we're going to see what we can do, and hopefully it works out for us. Single target damage. Immediately hit for 240.
A group of pirates surrounds a man
And dead.
in description of Doran of the Hall. When Doran looks up from his forced labor, noticing you with knowledge,
Yep.
his face glows with hope.
Yep. Okay. So. Instead of going up 1, we will go down 2. So let's see. Fail. We'll drop it to R5. See what happens. And start going back up from there. We will, of course, head back to our ship to get our health and mana back. But yes, so we walked in, we got shot in the face, basically 2-shot. And it's just like, okay, understood. We don't have deflect arrows. And of course, as we get to higher and higher skulls, displacement gets less and less useful. We do have 1 point that we can do, so we can get fire resist and 3 health and 3 fort. We could also get like a little bit more offensive stuff, like we can bypass more fire resist, which will help us a lot with some of like the demon soul sort of things, the champions that resist fire. Alright, so let's see. Which of these quests gives us the teleport? Is it Bullywugs that gives us that teleport? Like, if we have to run all the way, it's not that big a deal either. But if we have a teleport, that would make things more convenient. Because I never remember which of these quests actually gives you the shortcuts out there. So we'll turn in what we've got. Then we'll go to the teleport people and see what we can see. Otherwise, we just run back up to Pirate's Point. Tar Pits Guide, Pixie Camp Guide, Upriver Guide. Excellent. That's what we wanted. Alright, round 2, Pirates. Instead of going up 1, we went down 2, which means instead of R8, it will be R5 this time, which should be much, much more manageable. Reset. Yes. R5. There we go. And there we go. Hi. And it's not just how hard are we getting hit. It's also things like DCs. Now, if I recall correctly, every skull is effectively 1.5 to saves. Also, the dual wielder running up and just hitting me for 300 damage was a rough start. I will say that. Even on R5, I just walk in and get basically one-shotted. So, yeah. Okay, healing back up. It doesn't take as long anymore because we don't have quite as big a healing penalty. But still, we took a lot of damage.
Doran says that to get inside the pirate camp, you'll need to sound the camp's alarm, then fight your way past the guards. Once inside, you'll need to find the Commodore's hut, where the monolith is kept. He also said that many
There's a Reaper over there, but I can't see what kind. Fear. Alright, this time it only got 1 stack, and stacks tick for like 30 instead of 50. Granted, that means that we still took 100 damage from it, because when it lands a stack on you, that's 3 ticks. Still, not the worst.
The gong rings out. The massive gate nearby pushes open as guards rush out of it.
Okay. I have permanent shield, so I am not scared of magic missiles. Alright, crowd control is landing more reliably, go figure. As I was starting to talk about earlier, it's about 1.5 saves per skull, which means changing 3 skulls means essentially crowd control has a 20% higher chance to hit. 20% being 1.5 times 3 is 4.5. Every point is 5% because it's a roll of a d20. So 20% higher chance to land crowd control is pretty significant. Now, of course, we can't land crowd control on that one because it is Fey Touched. And Fey Touched are one of the ones that are immune to mind-altering effects. It might also be illusions in general. Okay. Fortunately, we're not too worried about them. We did use up a bunch of temporary health, but that's no big deal. It's much more manageable at this level. Alright. Alright. So I need to be hitting our crowd control from further away. Essentially, that's a problem I've been having. I am not using Greater Color Spray at its most effective range. I'm using it when things are too close to me, and therefore I am cheating myself out of some of the efficacy of it. Stuff is able to jump past it, and like all sorts of stuff like that. Whereas if I cast it when stuff is further away, it's not as big a deal. Or for at least one of these guys in here, just straight up meleeed me for 100 damage. And because I only have like 400 health, that is a problem. Unfortunately, we are still dealing with the fact that we do very, very little damage. Fortunately, we do very consistent damage. So even if we don't do much, we're not at too big of a problem.
The Commodore has stashed the monolith that you are here to find somewhere inside this place.
Yeah, it's like, that is a champion that is dual wielding. That needs to die very, very quickly. I'm still somewhat concerned about the end fight, though. But we will see what we can do about it when the time comes. Because undead are also immune to Greater Color Spray, or at least most of it. I think they're immune to blind, and I think they're immune to the daze. And the silence doesn't really matter. So we come here just far enough forward to proc the spawn behind. No? I thought there was another group that spawned behind. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Alright, am I prepared for this fight? We have not refreshed our death ward, so that's important. Do that, we do that, we do that.
Commodore Elena snarls as you won't lay a hand on the monolith or a single coin of my treasure. Dare to join my crew as a walking corpse. Puts some tongue frustration before calling for her tamed beasts.
Full of cruelty. Now, the other weird thing about using Greater Color Spray on Warlock is it is not very responsive. Mostly because when you hold down your blast button, you're going to keep blasting for like a second after you stop holding it down. Just because of how the animations work. Like, if you want to go like blast 1, 2, 3 and then something else, what you actually have to do is you hold down the button for blast 1, 2, and then hit the other button, because you're gonna get that third blast off if you are still holding down blast while the second animation happened. Because that's just how it works. And the same thing goes for cooldowns, like hitting action boosts. It's just how the animation lock works with Eldritch Blast. Alright, R5.
You've attuned to the monolith. You're one step closer to bypassing the curses protecting the Forbidden Temple. One step closer to leaving the Isle of Dread.
Okay, off we go. So now we get to Whispers of Return on R6. So this could be tricky, because this has a lot of the Corpru in it. which are particularly problematic for me as a charisma-based caster, because they do charisma damage. So that is going to be a little tricky.
Quickly discovered what had destroyed the veil hiding in destruction of
It's just so funny to see the damage numbers pop up there. It's just like, are these crits? No. Yeah, Eldritch Blast just hit for like 100 each on the evil and the fire damage. It's like, oh, cool. So it'll do that in the quest? Oh, no. You're in like the 10 to 15 range in there. It's like, ah, I see. So there was the question earlier about if we were going to be hitting Lamortia tonight. Now that we have seen how much longer things take on R7 than they do on R1, there's odds of us actually getting to Lamortia tonight are very, very low. Also, we're taking a lot of damage here. It's not the worst. We'll be able to heal it up afterward, but the Double Reaper and the Archers was a little rough for us there. I don't know what like the high-pitched whistle noise is that is in the battle theme here, but it's like maybe it's a theremin or something. But it's a noise I traditionally associate with, like, aliens, like, flying saucer, like, woo! And it just feels kind of out of place in this, like, kind of fantasy battle music thing. Maybe it's supposed to be otherworldly in general. But it's just, I hear it and it's just like,
Footprints in the
it's a bit odd.
recent activity. This decrepit structure has been neglected for many years. Moss grows on the walls, and an
All right.
smell seeps in from deeper inside the complex. The voice
All right. Melee guys got crowd control. Archers need to wait a second to get crowd control. Caster over there just tried to hit us with some fire. Burning blood, that's unfortunate. We're going to take a ridiculous amount of damage from that. Unavoidable. Oh, what was that one? Mind thrust. Force damage. Right. Okay. Let's see. Is this recoverable? I think there's a set of shrines here. I'm going to look up where the shrine is. Because we have Gibbers back, so we can Gibbers to it. Of return. Map. Yes, there is a shrine here. So, okay. So, yeah. R6 is being a little bit tricky. But we can make it work. We just need to open this door and fight past the guys inside it. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, the woo. And now we die to rotting. Right as that guy dies. Excellent. We have successfully gotten to the shrines. But as expected, the Corpru are a problem. But we have some ways to combat it. Number one, we're going to be casting resists now that I have been reminded, we'll say, that they cast Burning Blood. We're going to put up acid and fire resist before we fight them in the future. That's step 1. Step 2 is probably when they're solo, we switch off of chain shape. So that we, well, can do more damage to them. Because the downside to being in chain shape is we have -1 pack dice. I don't think the scaling is worse, though. Let's see. Damage scales with 170% spell power. As opposed to chain shape, which is... It doesn't say what the scaling is. The scaling used to be different across them, but they did a pass on it a while back that I think unified all of them. Except for Enervating Blast here. Enervating Shadow. It also scales with 170% of spell power. That says it scales. Chain and Cone say they don't. They used to scale. I'm pretty sure they still do. Time to check the wiki again. Scaling. Packs always scale with 100% of the appropriate spell power. Okay, so they did change the scaling to remove it from the cone shapes and all. That's around the time that they changed the dice on it too. They used to have weaker dice, like it was D4s and 6s instead of, I believe it's currently D6s and D8s. So, as I said, we're going to remember to put up our resist spells. We're going to switch to our single target blast. Immediately hit with Eldritch Blast. And a ton more fire damage. It also sucks that he is fire resistant. What? What just hit us there after he died? Mindseeker. Oh, he cast one of the little orbs at us. We got hit for 315 points of chaotic damage, because there was an orb I didn't see that was already in the air. Alright. I don't think we can make it to the shrine, so we might be dropping it. Let's see. We just failed on R6, which means instead of going up one, we go to... Oh, yeah. Yeah, no way we can make it to a shrine, and we already gibbers. Okay, so we failed on 6. So instead of going up to 6, we go down to 3. That's going to make it significantly easier. It looks like Twitch wants to run an ad here in a second, which is an excellent time for people to take a break. We're going to hit the ad button, you know, slightly early right now so that you don't miss anything. You just miss me running around, getting my health back, and getting back out to the quest. So, no gameplay missing for you. Feel free to get up, stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack, go to the bathroom, all that good stuff. See you in 3 minutes. And for anyone who is still here, well, you get to hang out while we run around and get ourselves reset to hit that same quest on R3. Harbor. Studio mode. Full game. go. Off we go. Yes. Yes, the timing should work out quite well. We go up and around, we hear teleports. Teleports should be good. And up. All right, we're back. Back again. So, we have made it back here. I would like to point out just a little fun tidbit here in that I caught in the combat log. Something's nothing effect has been removed from you. Oh, I'm good. I'm no longer affected by something's nothing effect. I was really worried about the nothing effect from something. Alright, so we failed R6. We go to R3. Oh, I should move this. So, this should be significantly easier. But I'm pretty sure I can still die in R3. Not nearly as easily, of course. And we are now outside of the more difficult Reaper's range, so we're not going to get any unexpected vengeance or despair messing with us. We do need to go back to chain shape, though. Ooh, I say that, and then we take a big spellcasting hit. Ooh. That was actually spicy. I didn't quite keep track of what exactly hit us, but I know that we got a cold dot stacked on us that was hurting. Haha. So, after yesterday's stream, wherein we had 2 spam bots get through, I finally got around to talking to Seribot and being like, "Excuse me, Seribot, please come help get rid of spammers." And they just got one. And I will say, instead of like just random collections of like characters, having a bot named Infernal Gambling 7-bit is like, wow. You're not even hiding the whole gambling connection. That's a bold choice. Leave me alone. You're already draining my charisma. You don't need to also... Oh, and you cast Burning Blood right as you die. But here's the trick. You see how Burning Blood is doing 0 damage? Like, we put up resists, and Burning Blood now does 0 damage to us, as opposed to before, even with resists up, it was kicking our ass. And the Ego Whip is hitting for 30 instead of, like, 80.
The pull of the lever is followed by the sound of a door.
So there we go.
Distance.
I guess we'll put up a resist cold since we already discovered that there are guys in here who cast cold dots on us. But, see, the problem I'm thinking of now is I am now at risk for being too cocky and dying to being dumb. Like, because before, on the higher difficulty, I'm worried about dying to the game doing random bullshit, and then I can't help it and it's not fair. Now, the game is at a difficulty level that I should be able to do relatively easily, which means now if I die, it is just my fault skill issue. So, like, on the one hand, I want to play a little bit more aggressively because, well, I can. The game's on an easier setting. On the other hand, now I have different expectations of myself as far as should I die or not. Before it's like, yeah, R6 and higher? Yeah, if I die, it's like, well, I died because I had the settings set too high. Now if I die because I was dumb. Or I get hit by, I roll a 1 on Mind Blast saving throw, and I got hit with a 12-second stun. I wasn't going to Harper pin it when I first got stunned, and then I looked up here, and it was just like, 12 seconds left on your stun. It's like, oh no. No, we're not eating that full duration. Absolutely not. Here we go. Alright, moving forward.
Mesmerized members of the Sea Turtle stand in the clearing, tended by Lode.
There we go. Didn't crowd control everything, but crowd controlling half of the guys, it still means, hey, you start taking half damage. Guess what? You're crowd controllable, which is what I should have been doing all along. I keep forgetting that they're orange named, not red named, so you can actually just crowd control them. Also, it is time to burn another heal scroll to get our charisma back. We cannot stand being ugly for too long. Our pride won't allow for it. Yay! Crowd control works a lot better here in R3 than it did in R8.
One final hope stands on the shrouding mist.
More charisma damage. Okay, so this means that we'll be doing Wild Thing on R4, which should be relatively easy. But then Spiders and Flies on R5. And Spiders and Flies can be rough, because the poison spitting guys just do unusual amounts of damage. Alright, Wild Thing. Let's see if we can succeed. I mean, I guess there is a risk that I just disrespect all of the big dinos on the way to the last boss. Because there is that whole section where it's not big groups of guys, but it's just like really big, healthy individual enemies. And maybe I'm just like, oh, I'm gonna get knocked down by a Triceratops and killed. But we'll see how it goes.
It's a large creature has wreaked havoc on the surrounding landscape.
Anything I need to cast for resist? We'll cast resist cold because I think there are some fire or some water elementals that we're gonna end up fighting. Yep. Stinging Swarm successfully defeated. That is a Carnage Reaper. Which got blinded but not dazed. But we are on R4, which means we still don't have to deal with the Advanced Reapers yet. But we are getting to the point that stuff is going to be a little bit harder for us. Especially if we get double Reaper spawns. Also, these little dudes are a little bit harder to hit with Eldritch Blasts. Which is another reason why I usually prefer Cone Shape. Is the ability to be like, yeah, I don't miss. I just kind of aim it at things.
As you splash into the water, something in the pond responds.
Stuck on the edge there. These guys are crowd controllable, right? They indeed are, but they're also ridiculously healthy. Like, See, this is a case where I think it might be beneficial, like, if I dropped out of the Acolyte of the Skin, and if I had gotten, say, like, we're only 11 points in here, but if we had, there we go, Taint the Aura. Minus 10 magic resist rating. Like, might help. Also, if we were stacking vulnerability, although if we just moved 11 points, we wouldn't get that high anyway, so it doesn't matter that much. Alright, Pandemonium did not get crowd controlled by it, but we're going to body block him with the guy that did get crowd controlled by it. Oh, where did these ads come from? I'm not used to these guys being here. It's okay, we can take them out, no big deal. We're being a little bit slower and more methodical because it is R4, which, as I said, isn't super threatening unless we do something dumb, so we're just trying to not do something dumb. Ooh. Or the Reaper might just hit us for, what was that? About 250? Like, I knew I didn't want it to hit me, but I wasn't expecting it to do, like, what is that, 2/3 of my health-ish in one shot? Ugh, those guys are so durable. Alright, we switch to our better scaling one. The boss. Heal ourselves up just in case.
It seems upset.
Maybe I should have been in that blasting form for that last section too, instead of change shape. Oh well. R4 success. So let's see, we have spiders and flies that we're going to try on R5. And if we beat that, then we're heading to the end quest on R6. Which could be tricky, but we'll see how it goes.
Dense webs enshroud the
It's
base
definitely
of this
doable, but it'll
huge
take us a
giant
while.
tree.
It's also possible that we just get absolutely wrecked. Both there and here, because, as I mentioned, the poison damage from the spitting dudes can be really unreasonably hard-hitting.
The interior of this vast tree is obviously inhabited, and the inhabitants are not pleased to see it.
Oh, that was reasonably hard-hitting, instead of the unreasonable that I said it was. Okay. Off we go. That's Flameborn. Fortunately, we have a little bit of resist bypass.
The center of the tree has been transformed into a vast
Alright, you want to take out the spitters. That is a light bearer spitter. So we want to crowd control that one too. Why is it immune to Eldritch Blasts? Why can we not land a hit? Hitbox is doing weird stuff. But it's fine. We got past it. It's all good. And now for the section that I always get lost in. Oh, that's a Vengeance Reaper. Alright. We kited back the Vengeance Reaper, so I don't think it buffed anything. Except maybe whatever's spitting at me from the other side there. So hopefully we just dodge all the stuff spitting at us from the other side. Okay, so they're at least blind, even if they're not stunned. This is another advantage to change shape, though, over Cone. Is that whole thing where it was hitting stuff off the screen to both sides. Step 1. Rescue these guys to this side.
imprisoned by webs begging to free them from their bonds.
Step 2, we grab the one straight ahead.
Ask you to also free their tree friends.
Something, something, victory.
Birds. Sound.
Okay, is there another set over here? I don't think so. I think I'm stuck in combat from some of the ranged guys in the previous room, so I'm not going to be able to heal effectively. Which is going to make this a little trickier. Let's switch to this instead of colors and see if that helps us out a little bit. It probably won't because it's not that much healing. But it's worth a shot. You know what, we're gonna hit staunch here. Yep, it was correct. It was the correct thing to do. We immediately took a ton of damage. Oh, and we're dead. The light bearer just absolutely wrecked us. Alright. I don't know if we're going to be able to get to a shrine here. We might fail this on our 5? Okay. Because the shrine here is like ahead. I need to go forward. I need to fight a set of spiders, get through a door that's going to be difficult to open while we are rotting in Gibber's form. And then another door to the left and some ettercaps after. So yeah, that light bearer just wrecked me. Alright, so let's see. Not this way. It's this way, right? We come here, we come there. Okay, alright. Okay. And now we run for it. Oh, unfortunate. We got turned around because it snapped me back to my body, and now I don't know which way I'm going.
Three different pathways converge in this chamber. A draft of pressure comes from your path.
Oh, and I somehow aggroed enough stuff that I'm got to orange dungeon alert. $10 seconds left on Gibbers. Alright, so we got the door open. The question is there another door? No, there is not. Haha. Success. We just barely got the door open before we died. The run is still alive. We can still make it. The good news is, this will drop us out of combat enough that we can actually heal now. As opposed to before when we were kind of stuck because there were guys in the previous room that were still kind of looking at us funny. Hi. Yep, that's what I was worried about. That this spitter just randomly hits me for 200. And he gets a second life bar because he's Hero Soul. We're stuck on stuff. Both of these guys only need one hit. Like, they both only need one hit to die, and yet I'm getting stuck on the terrain. Unable to deal that last damage. Okay, good. Good. We are stable again. Hopefully. Probably. Death Ward back up. Because we have Death Block. But we want Death Ward as well. Alright, we'll go this way. We need to free more tree friends. and you, and then we backtrack to where we were before, where we got killed by that light bearer, because there were other things that needed saving over there. Yeah, I might go back to Colors of the Queen, because I just saw the heal tick, and it healed me for 9. Oh, and you're back. And 9 healing per minute is just... I'm not going to cut it. I would rather take the RNG of Colors of the Queen. Healing is doubled and tripled to 2. Yeah, it is once per minute. I was about to say, it's like, wait, is it more often than once per minute? Wait, did I kill the light one already? While I was making my mad dash to escape? If so, good for me. Yeah, we only need to free 2 more, and we get to free 2 more at the end of the quest, so. Okay, we got Utter Caps. Come on. See, I'm missing. If I were in cone shape, I wouldn't be missing that. Cone shape would just hit them because they're in front of me, instead of the whole projectile issue you get when you're in chain shape. Now, we will not be able to use Focus Blast on the boss, because the boss comes with a bunch of ads, and we're going to need to take out the ads too. So, we're not going to be in any sort of burst mode. We have to be in AoE mode. Which is fine. We can do that. Okay. We landed a little bit of crowd control. This is fine.
You found those responsible for capturing the pixies. Time to teach them a lesson.
Oh, there was a little tiny ledge that blocked my attacks. More projectile problems. But we should be good to go. Except this guy is beating the crap out of me.
Thanks to your help, the local
Okay,
pixies
we got him.
are safer.
Ladies and gentlemen,
These trees
we got him.
savage isle of Drain.
Alright. That does mean we are headed to the end quest on R6.
Dense webs
Which
enshroud the base of
might
this
be rough.
exotic tree.
But we're going to see what we can do. Oh, hey, look. We just got enough experience to take level 10 if we wanted. Which is right on time, because we have one more quest before we head to Lemordia. Though, given what time it is, and how long it's likely to take me to do those last quests on R6, it is unlikely we'll do Lemordia. I think what we will do instead is, after we beat this quest, assuming it's not super late, we will head to Temple of Elemental Evil. Because we skipped some stuff, so we've got a little bit of leeway before we head to Lemordia. So we're just going to do this end quest and see what we can see. it's gonna be tricky. Especially, like, there's the section with all of the corpru in it. There's sections with a lot of water elementals that are gonna hurt a lot. There's some traps that I'll need to keep in mind to not walk into, especially the knockdown, like acid spray ones. And, there's the boss that I don't think will be a problem, but might be a problem. So, we'll see how things go. I think it's definitely doable. But I don't know if it's doable enough that I'll get it on the first try. And as we've been doing, if we fail, if at first you don't succeed, lower the difficulty so we're not stuck here forever. Like, if I were trying to do some sort of
Judging from the temple's
challenge, like, I did blah 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 for making a YouTube video or something, which is not something I've ever really done, or not something I've done in a while. I used to do it to test each build in Temple of Elemental Evil back when the cap was 30. I'd try to solo it. Highest I ever got that succeeded was R5, I think. And I got that with more than one build. I got very close on R6 a couple times. Alright, so we're going to definitely put up resist fire, we're going to put up resist cold, and we'll put up resist acid. And heck, you know, why not cast resist electricity and resist sonic? There's really... What, do I want to save my spell points? We don't care about saving spell points on this build. Hello, Family Reaper. Oh, something just hit me for a bunch of negative damage. Okay. Well, we made it through the first pull, and it only cost us over half of our life. It's gonna be really funny if I run out of heal scrolls midway through this quest. And by funny, I mean somewhat sad and disappointing.
A magical barrier blocks the passage beyond this hall.
This is tough battle? Yeah. I mean, it is R6, so... And it is a long quest. Now, we do have the advantage, as far as the long quest side of things goes, in that we are a warlock. So unlike some other classes, we don't need to worry about sustain for spell points. So I guess we're similar to a melee in a way. We can continue auto-attacking at the very least. And auto-attacking is where we get most of our damage anyway, so... I swear there's like one hair hanging off my shirt or something, and he's making me feel like there's a bug landing on me. Alright, we're gonna staunch preemptively.
Marauder chieftain shouts, "Protect the temple! Protect the ancient!"
Now, if I recall, this guy does cast some nasty spells, so I think I'm gonna stand next to him to try to bait him into meleeing me instead of casting a bunch of negative energy spells at me. Or maybe he'll just beat the crap out of me with melee. And I see the guys on the stairs over there. Okay, we're gonna run it for a second. I do, however, suffer, as I mentioned, like, Warlock has the advantage of, you know, continuous damage. No big deal. But the problem is then I don't have burst damage. And burst damage would be super helpful in times like these. Okay, so we didn't... I got jump scared by my dragon coming in off screen. It's like, ah! We're being attacked! It's like, no. Not being attacked right now. This is fine. We already had to use a couple charges of Staunch. We've had to do a variety of things. Hi. Okay, off we go. Okay. We're making progress. Making bacon progress. Start with greater color spread. Okay. Instantly hit with the 200 damage, whatever it is. I don't know what spell it is that just slams you for a bunch of negative energy. Because it's not negative energy burst. They don't know that yet. Is it just harm? It's probably harm, I guess. I can't scroll far enough back to see it, but I think that's what's hitting for the negative energy. And I do have Death Ward up, which is supposed to protect from some kinds of negative energy, but apparently not this kind. Alright, so this way, all we have to do with is a single water weird. So we get our heavy scaling attack. There we go. And then the next thing we fight is also going to be just one water weird. So we can stay with Focus Blast. And that way, something something victory.
Huge water weird emerges from the flooded chamber with a gurgling roar.
How hard do you hit, anyway? I tried to hit Stanch to get me temp health just in case, but then it decided to not go off because I was in the middle of casting Eldritch Blast, and it's a good thing, too, because we ended up not needing it. Right. Open the door. Pull the lever. Ochre jellies right in my face. That apparently don't come through this threshold, so that's convenient for me. Oh look, more Dread Ochre Jellies. Excellent. Let's see, this is the trap room.
You notice a small
Certainly is. Turn off blasting.
Up along the edge of the ceiling.
There we go.
The target lever is hit.
Turn
The
that
flames
blasting
of the
back
trap
on,
are out.
and forward we go. Now it's time for rats. Rats, they are the rats. Oh wait, Fey Touch did get affected by that? For some reason I thought Fey Touch were immune to that, but I guess they're just immune to... because I know they're immune to like Hold Monster and Charm. I thought they were also immune to Greater Color Spray, but I guess I was wrong. Don't they come out of this hole?
A swarm of rats leap out and attack.
Please get caught in the web. There we go. Excellent. Cast another web just in case I need the kite. Because I forget it. Yep, there is another set. Archeron, that is a problem. You're about to get buff and then one-shot me. Alright, they did the first part. They got buff. They decided not to one-shot me, and I appreciate that. Soul of Ice wanted to try to two-shot me, but it didn't work completely for them, so that's convenient. That is a Despair Reaper. We're going to pull you before we walk in that room and the other guy is activate. Never mind, the guys are activated and we have Despair and Plague. You guys are immune to Greater Color Spray, but not immune to webs. There we go. That was only 3? Aren't there 6 in here?
When you enter the chamber,
How exactly did I aggro, like, the 3? Like, I think, like, if I were gonna aggro only some of them, it would be, like, just the front ones, or just the left side, or just the right side. How did I aggro, of these 6, that one, and that one? Very odd. Well, I suppose it's better than getting all of them at once. I have good news. Givers is off cooldown. I have bad news. All of my other buffs have worn off. We definitely want cold. We definitely want fire. Fire! There we go. Because water elementals. That's why we wanted to resist cold. Oh, they are not immune to blindness. Which helps a lot because it means they can't cast their spells targeting me very well. You might think, oh, yeah, blindness. It's in order to keep melees from hitting you. Because it gives you the 50% chance, same as having displacement. It's like, no. No. It's also really, really good on casters. Because it means they'll just cast their spells in random directions instead of absolutely destroying you.
a wave of heat envelops you as you enter the mud-filled cavern.
Oh, I should put up resist acid as well, since these guys can cast burning blood. Well, some of them cast burning blood. Actually, it has a longer range. Throwing weapon is superior to Eldritch blasting in these cases, just based on range. Can I hit it from here? I can. How about this one?
The last orb shatters. The barriers in the mud-filled cavern fade.
Alright. Any guys spawning? Whew. Normally the mud barely hurts at all, but we got a triple tick there for about 80 a tick. So that was a little rough, but it's fine. The good news is, we have now gotten to the point that there is a shrine we can run back to if something goes wrong. I have frost resist up, right? Yeah. Although I think water weirds actually do physical damage. Right, we're checking up top for the for the traps. Basically, for the traps. Not the anti-anything, it's the traps that we're looking out for. Red ochre jelly. There's a dude right around this corner. Never mind, there's multiple dudes around this corner because there's a Reaper spawn. Get webbed. Okay, he had cast an orb. And the orb hit me for like 200. Also, our colors of the queen appear to have turned him into stone. So, that's nice. Because he doesn't take shit for damage, because he's Infernal Pact and I'm doing fire damage. Alright. Back to chain shape. And heal. We're gonna pop 2 of these this time.
The statues here radiate an almost palpable malice.
Alright, we get the water elementals around the corner. Yeah, there it is. Only 2 of the 4, though. But I'm fine with splitting them up. So that was physical with bonus water damage. And we managed to not get a fear dot on us, which is very important. Fear dots hurt a ridiculous amount. Oh, I can see a trap up ahead. Demon Soul, let's not get dotted. Some people really care about their daughters. We want the daughters to go away. There's a one-child policy in there somewhere. Alright, so we can see, you see these things up on the ceiling here? That means there's a trap here. You can actually see them in this quest, even if you're not a trapper. You, the player, can observe them and be like, oh, I shouldn't walk there. So we're gonna opt to not walk there. And to get around them, you just walk down the middle instead of on the sides. Oh, there's another set right there. I don't see an orb, so I don't think he cast one. Oh, there's an orb. Please hit the wall, orb. Waiting. Waiting. There we go. We do more damage. He has cast another orb. And undodgeable force damage. The orb made it around the corner. No! And I backed up into that trap that I pointed out earlier. Unfortunate. The question is, can we make it to here, which is where the shrines are, or do we have to gibbers for it? I think we're going to have to gibbers for it. 8, 7... Yeah, we're gonna have to gibbers for it. We're nowhere near close enough. Ah. What a dumb mistake. Backing up, kiting into... I was so scared of the evil damage orb that I backed straight into the knockdown trap that then gets me hit by the evil damage orb that is chasing me. Well, so much for that, you know, security blanket. And yes, I did just die there deliberately. Just like, let me stand in this fire so that I die faster, so that the cooldown gets to go, and we get a chance to use our res shrine here. The question is, do we use the rest shrine as well? Well, because we died, we cleared the debuffs from this. So the only thing we get from the rest shrine is we get charges on our leap, which I don't think we need. And we get to clear our death debuff, which is, you know, nice or whatever. But besides that, I don't think there's a whole lot else we're missing. And then we heal again. Okay. Alright. Round 2. We still have to kill the Corpru, because we got killed by a trap while running away from his orb. See, this is where Longstrider would be really nice. It used to be basically worthless. And then they changed it. So it used to just be like, hey, it gives you 15% move speed, and everyone's just like, great. There are so many other better ways to get better than that. Why should we care? And then they added an effect that having it makes you move at full speed when you are in, like, ankle-deep water. At which point, it becomes exceptionally useful for cases like that, where I would have really wanted to just kite back through the water, because that keeps me safe from the traps. There are more Corpru ahead, so we want to heal. I think we can switch to Focus Blast.
Your sense of a malignant presence grows ever stronger
Nope.
as you travel
We want Chain Shape.
deeper into these tunnels.
It's water elementals. Hide from orb. Do not walk into the trap. There's another trap here. We don't want to make the same mistake twice in a row. Alright, trap again. Now we can run around corners because we got past the traps. Okay. Where is our Corpru? Is it Corpru? Copru? Corpru? Did we get rid of the orb? We might have gotten rid of the orb. Tracks into the wall. Another one. Tracks into the wall. Just spamming these things. I say as I spam Eldritch Blast. But you see, his stuff hits me for like over half my health. Whereas I hit him for like 5% of his health or less. So really, my spamming is more ethical. Also, these traps aren't always here. It's a little bit unlucky that I got multiple traps back to back. But it's not too bad. We got past it. We have slimes? We do have slimes. Come on down. Okay, I'm less inclined to have them come on down now that we have Double Reaper with them. Alright. Got body blocked by the giant slime. But it's fine. Everything's fine. The things that I need to die are dead. There's the crest. Switch to focused. What kind of champ are you? Why do you not let me see? Okay, there it is. It's Pandemonium. So we now know what kind of champ it is. Except we also have no idea what abilities it has. Because it's Pandemonium. I swear I'm gonna walk around this corner and get the timing wrong. And there'll be an orb, like, right there. Okay. We succeeded. We didn't walk into any traps this time. And we made it forward. We grabbed the crest of the monkey. Sometimes the crest will be, like, on the table over there, and you can, like, grab it without fighting the guy, but it's too big a risk for me to try to go for something like that, because just like, well, what if he chases me? Then I'm, like, really well and truly screwed. Now, we're gonna come up on another decision here. We have shrines. But if we do, we lose all of our charges that we're going to probably want stanch for the last fight. So we're just going to have to go in with not very many spell points.
The floor shifts slightly, and then collapses.
Alright. Water elementals are crowd controlled. Hopefully crowd controlled again. But not all of them. Okay. Our resists are gone. Our base spells are gone. Our gibbers, even if we rested to get the charge back, it still got like 20 minutes on the cooldown.
A voice echoes.
So, all right.
Come to me, my thrall.
Time to fight the boss.
Water in the chamber churns as the Kopu matron leaps out.
We don't have freedom of movement, and that is a sleet storm. Hold up. She casts Iceberg? I swear I saw an iceberg animation and I got hit for like 500 cold damage. Oh, there it is. The Malignant Deep's cold damage hits you for a total of 487 points of cold damage after 45 were blocked by energy resistance. That is some bullshit right there. Let me tell you. 500 cold damage. And I didn't immediately die because I'd already popped my temp health. Okay. Alright. You got me. Alright, let me edit our status here. R6. 480, what was it? 7 cold damage. Cold damage. Okay, R3. We were so close. It was the boss fight, we had killed the ads, and then the boss was just like, you know what? No. I'm going to... I wouldn't say one-shot you, except that because we had already put up Staunch, we didn't get one-shot by it, but we did get killed by the follow-up afterward. I guess the answer is run Spell Absorb. Although my Spell Absorb stacks would probably have all been eaten by the Fire Elementals, or not Fire Elementals, the Water Elementals spamming their spells. So even then, I don't know what I could have done there. Okay. We go back to the ship. Part of the ship, part of the crew. Part of the ship, part of the crew, part of the ship, part of the crew. Twitch wants to force ads. Doing ads while we do the run back is a good time to do them. So we'll just click that, and by the time ads are done, we should be ready to start the quest anew. So take us to the harbor, and we are good to go. Yes, I'm not throwing to the BRB screen at the moment. So for anyone who is on YouTube or is subscribed or anything like that, who you don't get the ads, welcome. You get to hang out while we run back to the quest. And be annoyed by the fact that we were hit with almost 500 damage all at once. I mean, I guess it's true it is R6, but, you know, it hits so much harder than everything else. So, let's see. Do I have access to Fire Shield? Oh, wait, I should take a teleporter, not actually run all the way there. I don't think I have access to Fire Shield, because Fire Shield... What's my Cold Absorb? I have 37... I have 39 standing Cold Absorption. Because of my, because I'm wearing the Cloak of Winter. So... Okay. Alright, we're going to look at this in a little bit more detail in another minute or two. Once I get inside and once I buff up. So... That was 487 cold damage. So... We might do some math on screen here in a second. So, off we go. We're gonna come all the way this way. And... yeah. Off we go.
Judging from the temple's ornate construction and secure location, this place has been the seat of Koku power on the Isle of Dread for a long, long time.
I'm going to shrink this down a little bit. Okay, so. Everyone who is stuck in ads, welcome back from ads. We are going to do a little math. I know, it's the most exciting thing we can possibly do on stream. But, so, how much was that? 487? Okay. So how much damage did that spell start with? So... spell damage, X, minus resist, times MRR reduction, times absorb, equals 487. So, let's plug in our numbers, shall we? MRR, 52. Alright, resist. I had the buff up, so... Alright, so, 45. X minus 45 times 50, which is 34.2% less damage. So that is 100 minus 34.2. I'm going to round this just to make it easier. I'm going to call that an even 33, which is what we get with 50 MRR. So we're going to just call this 2/3, because that's way easier than trying to multiply by 0.34 or something. Times 2/3 times absorb. What's our cold absorb? Cold absorb, 39%. We're going to round that up to 40, so it should even out. So times 0.6, otherwise known as 3/5, equals 487. Okay. We can multiply these out together. These are very easy to cancel out. 2/3 and 3/4, that is 1/2. Because the 3's cancel out and you're left with 2/4. That's 1/2. Which means x is equal to 487 times 2, which is because it's divided by 1/2, plus 45, which is equal to 487 times 2, that's 96 and 14, 974, so 979 plus 40, which is 1019. The boss cast a spell that did just over 1,000 frost damage before reductions. Wait, why did it not show? Did it not show any of the math that we just did? Unfortunate. Okay. Alright, well, I was typing it in, but I guess it wasn't updating in real time. Too bad. So you'll just have to take my word for it. Or do the math yourself. But yeah, a little over 1,000 damage in burst. Before reductions. And we had good reductions, too. Oh! Oh, and because we failed the quest, we're not attuned anymore. So we have the debuffs now. Oh boy. Well, we're only here on R3, but we are doing hard mode because we can't disable the buffs, or the debuffs. So that's tricky. Also, my gear is breaking because I didn't repair it. I should probably go back to town and not fight this way, but I'm going to be stubborn and be like, yeah, but it's only R4, so... Or R3, rather, so... We're just going to make do. That's a Fear Reaper. Sorry, my mistake. It's 2 Fear Reapers. So we're going to bum rush them. Wait, how many skulls is this? They seem to be dying too quickly. Oh, it is still 3. Okay. Oh, we're in combat. Oh well. I do need to actually pay attention, though, because we don't have the curses cleansed. We do need to block the skull, the things, not skulls, but the swords. That's what they are.
Orion shouts, "Protect the temple! Protect the ancient masters!"
So we are probably going to want a shrine at some point in here. Oh, you only hit for 18 now. Before you were hitting for like 70 plus bonus. We blocked the overhead sword, which would have hit us for like 70, so it's worth it to stop kiting for long enough for it to hit us for like 20 a couple times.
Death of the chieftain. The barrier in the back of his chamber fades.
Okay. Alright. Oh, block the sword. That is Fear Reaper. Fear Reaper needs to die quickly. Let's see, what are the other things? So, one is the swords appearing over your head. One is the arcane spell failure. What's the third one? I'll look at the tooltip in a second. Is it just extra damage taken or something? Alright, we have spell failure. Okay, we have -2 fortification, and we have increased damage from spells. Block? Okay. Alright, we want to get some of our charges and stuff back. So we are going to Shrine. Which I know will eat up all of our staunch, or all of our depravity, but I want to have leaps if needed. Oh.
You hear the sound of
Reduced
warriors
healing.
distance in this otherwise
Oh, maybe the sword was spawning and that's what put me in combat. And I should put on Death Ward as well, because Death Ward is what's going to give me more negative absorb. So, block the shield, or block the shield. Absorb, negative 9%. There we go, 5%. Ah, because they multiply together. I was like, wait a second, that math doesn't add up. And it does if it's multiplicative. I wonder if being constantly in combat is a side effect of one of these curses.
from the flooded chamber with a gurgling roar.
Interesting that it doesn't start attacking me. I mean, don't get me wrong, I appreciate it. I appreciate it giving me a moment to block the sword of Damocles,
And ebbs back.
but
As the chest opens, a section of the wall slides away, revealing a waterlogged passage.
okay. I see the sword, we see the sword. Sword is threatening, block it. I've been wasting too much time blocking early. I need to just wait until the sword actually does its, where it, like, basically rears up.
Notice a
Target
small
lever.
target lever on the far side of the room, up along the edge of the ceiling.
There we
As
go.
The target lever is hit. The flames of the trap got her out.
Alright, we have a sword on us. We noticed it too late. It dealt us 30-something damage. Not the worst.
Swarm of rats leap out and attack. Rats swarm out of the opening as you approach.
Block the sword. No big deal.
When you enter the chamber, statues rumble to life and attack.
We're gonna wait for the music to die down and try to heal. Yeah, I think there's something with how the curses work that it puts you permanently in combat. Which makes things extra difficult. But we will make do. Okay, we go to single target attacks. We block the sword.
A wave of heat envelops you as you enter the mud-filled cavern.
What's the range on this? Oh, longer range than I thought. I wonder if the range gets longer specifically when you're targeting breakables. Oh, wait. Why did that sword go so much faster than the others?
When the last orb shatters, the barriers in the mud-filled cavern fade.
Alright, we want to go back to chain shape. We are progressing much faster than before, even with the curses active.
Feels as if a malevolent presence is watching you. The statues here radiate.
Soul of Cruelty. Can we kill him before he... No. Okay. He does wake up. But we have no traps to worry about. And no orb either. Oh! There was an orb. It was invisible, though. That's unfortunate. Soul of Ice. Did these guys die? No, they just decided to not attack me. Okay, any traps up ahead? Yes, there are traps up ahead. Good, land the crowd control. Okay. Yep. Oh, crest is right here. That's convenient. Don't even need to go down the side. Right, another trap. We avoid it. We did get to block, just barely. But we're eating through our depravity charges.
Sense of a malignant presence grows ever stronger as you travel deeper into these tunnels.
Alright, pop some temp health. Alright, crowd control is landing, as is to be expected when we're in lower skulls. Oh, Crest of the Monkey. We got lucky on Crest this time, being not all the way down the corridors, so we don't have to fight the Corpure at the end. That dies. We come around this corner. Get up here.
Shifts slightly, and then collapses.
Pandemonium. Let's see if we can kill you first. Looks like no, probably. Okay. We have full depravity stacks. We are now once again at the final boss fight. Let's see if the boss decides to one-shot us again. We do have a debuff that makes us take more damage this time. So we do need to make sure to recast our resist cold and our resist fire? Sonic? I think I saw a sonic spell last time. Let's do them all. We've got the spell points for it. Acid? Okay. Alright. Displacement. Stanch. Beforehand.
Chamber churns as the Koku matron leaps out.
Oh, I bet one reason that the spell did so much is that I had freezing spray on me. Let's just double check. Because I think freezing spray is you take 50% bonus damage.
Chapter ends. The Kopu met their inevitable fate. You have achieved your goal. When first,
As the last orb is destroyed, the barrier encircling the monolith.
Let's just double check the exact percentage on that. Freezing spray. Freezing spray.
I need someone with not just
Giving her 25% cold vulnerability.
versatility,
Okay,
determination,
that's 25%.
someone utterly unlike the ineffectual, depleted guardians of
Alright,
this. You
so let us revisit the math.
exterminating the troublesome Kopu,
This time, I'm going to make sure everyone can see the math when we do it.
whether you wish it or not.
So,
From now
what do you say?
on,
Alright, so
I will be
we took 487 damage, which is equal to
whatever you do.
the original spell's damage minus resist times 1.25 for freezing spray times MRR reduction times absorb.
Remember this.
Ah, alright, so it is too big, it is going off the screen.
Nowhere is beyond my grasp.
There we go. Okay, and as before, 487 equals x minus resist, we had 45, times 1.25, that is 5/4. 5/4, times MRR reduction, which is 2/3, times absorb, which we said was 3/4. No. Yes? Let's exit the quest first, because right now we have a debuff on up that messes with our absorbs. It was 40%, so it was 3/5. Three-fifths, not 3/4.
Judging from the temple's ornate
So-
construction and secure location,
Or was
this
it?
place has been the seat of Kopru power on the Isle of Dread.
Absorb, cold absorb, 40%. So that is, yes, we take 60%, which is 3/5. Okay, cool. So let's just double check that we have the correct stuff here. All right, 2/3 times 3/5. These cancel out. These cancel out. That's 2/5. 5/4 times 2/5. The 5s cancel out. So we end up with 2/4, which is 1/2. Oh, interesting. I messed up my math last time, but it's going to end up at the same number because I messed it up by 25%, which is the buff we had from Freezing Spray. Times Freezing Spray bonus. Freeze Spray bonus. So this means that we move all this shit to the other side. This is actually 1/2 because that's what 2/4 is. So this we end with 487 times 2 plus 45 equals X, which is how much we were initially hit for. Which is, as we said, that is 974 plus 45, which is, we just do these numbers, and then we do 4 plus 7 is 11, so that is 101. That's what we got hit for. Now, properly taking into account that they did have Freezing Spray debuff on us. But still, same amount. Recall. I'm not salty about this at all. That we just suddenly got slammed with a spell that had base 1000 damage. But that does mean that we finished. Oh, wait, we should update this too. Pass with curses. Alright, so what we discovered is that the highest that we managed to clear solo on level is R7, which pretty good, if I say so myself. Like, that's not too bad. Return me to the harbor, please. And what else did we get? So we just got absolutely destroyed when we stepped into the pirates on R8. We got eaten by the Corpru in R6. And then we had the boss throw 1,000 damage spell at us in R6 in the final one. So those were the 3 that we did not manage to succeed on. I ran right past the trainer when I wanted to hit a trainer. It's fine. We'll grab one over here. So we grab a trainer. Get to be level 10. Boom. We take tentacles, because of course we do. What else are we going to take? And then I need to talk to a vendor, because we died a bunch, so we need to repair. Repair. Add all. Repair. Boom. Got it. Are we on inventory space? Plenty. Done. Alright. We have 1 point, 1 point. Sure, fire resist. Why not? So, as I said before, we're going to hit up Temple of Elemental Evil. We're not going to do the infinite scaling thing because we're only going to do the first 2 pieces, but I think we will do them both on R4. That said, we did hit level 10, which means we get more defenses and stuff. We get more Reaper points. Now we are going to be capped because still at plus 100 hit points because we don't get the next bump up in tier until level 11, but that is fine. Of course, back in the day, they didn't actually have the tiers like that. It's just if you had the points, you had all the health at low level. And this was before something that I didn't really get to benefit very much from, because at the time, I didn't have that many Reaper points. But, you know, back in the day, you know, you start off at level 1, it's just like, I have 400 extra hit points. And it's just like, this seems excessive. I'm like, R4. Just for funsies. These tier here are such good XP per minute? Yeah. Yeah, they are. It's, like, ridiculous. Like, the second half of the top piece, I think, is close to Shadow Crypt. Like, it's nutty. The nodes are okay if you have a group that can split. If you don't have a group that can split, they're, you know, not as good. But if you can split for the nodes, they are also quite good. I need to remember that I am still on R4, and it is still Temple of Elemental Evil, which is a little bit harder than some. As I take a ton of damage because I totally disrespected things. And it's like, wait, no, I forgot. I'm still on R4. Excuse you. Don't be so hubristic. But I want stacking AD. Why would I not get hubris? Okay. But at least now we're not stuck permanently in combat. So we can, when we choose to, actually heal between pulls. I think we pull this side. There's a Famine Reaper, but it shouldn't be a problem. Which is, of course, something I say moments before. I think there was a Famine Reaper earlier hit me for a Mike's Cold Ray or something for like 200 damage. Just like, I'm not too worried about the Famine Reaper. And the Famine Reaper took exception to that. Did I aggro the orcs on the other side? I don't think I did. Now, not having burst damage is problematic for these harpies, because the harpies are something you really want to burst down before they pacify you. There we go. At least you're grouped up enough now for Chain to hit all of you. But yes, if you have D-Door, and especially if you have a group that can split, Temple of Elemental Evil is just ridiculous XP. Now, obviously, this was not a fast XP sort of night. If it were a fast XP sort of night, we would have been on R1 the whole time instead of trying to see if we could do stuff on R8. Why is there a Carnage Reaper here? I already cleared this section, Carnage Reaper. What are you doing? Weird. Okay, now we're gonna sit here for 30 minutes farming the optional from the spiders spawning. Hey? Hey, it's definitely a thing you can do. Or it was at one point. I don't know if it got removed. Oh, Mark of Law decides you will respect me. I will instantly hit you for 100-something damage. I then killed them because I didn't respect them. It's nice to see that our DCs are landing. Or even say it's a marvel that they're landing. Who needs the stealthy back way in when you can simply leap past and close the distance onto the ballista? Although I will say that my current build is a little bad for Temple of Elemental Evil because of the pack sizes. This is again a place where this quest in particular is somewhere that cone shape would really be quite a bit better. Just because there's a bunch of guys in every pack, so we don't want to only be doing 3 at a time. I was doing well until that dude decided to land like 300 damage shots on me in a row. Alright, let me go through here. So that was a wasted heal scroll because I would have gotten healed by zoning because we're in Reaper. We'll go for single target blast as we take out our earth elementals.
A belligerent cleric stands atop a stone altar in the center of this chamber. 4
Eventually I'll hit one of these.
Elementals patrol around the altar.
There we go. It took a little while, but we got there. Okay. Another one. This one's walking straight towards us, so we can actually land our Eldritch Blasts on it. It's so nice to actually see damage numbers that are a little higher. After being in like R6, and it's just like, how much damage would you like to do? Single digits? Okay, we can make you deal single digit damage, and it's just like, no. I want to do double digit damage. Maybe even triple on a crit. Hi. Alright, we take some chaos damage. We get saved from sudden death by Death Ward. I saw the thing pop up overhead. Alright, so we still dealt me like over 200 damage. So not too bad a showing by him. And we will be arrogant and try just to not heal.
shape.
We'll use staunch.
It seems
Staunch.
strangely drawn to the south.
Okay, there we go. Oh,
This magical barrier
you know what?
grows acidic.
There's something I forgot to do.
Seems
Something very important that would make
Though
this
in
much
the
easier.
center, there's a small indentation.
I learned how to make tentacles. And then I didn't put tentacles on my bar. Quicken. Always on. We want fast tentacles.
The barrier dissipates.
Yeah, even on R4, we're running at north of 2k XP a minute. But that's not even, like, the quote-unquote good one as far as XP per minute goes. That would be this one. Assuming, of course, that I don't mess it all up. Now, this first guy can actually kill me.
Suggest that this is, or was,
Right, so we're gonna put up resist electricity, we're gonna put up death ward, but one thing this guy can hit me with that'll hurt a lot is gonna be poison, I believe.
This area of the temple once housed those faithful to the air temple. Now, the air temple is in disarray, and
Hi.
orcs are taking over its quarters.
Get webbed. I forgot that tentacles aren't as effective in Temple of Elemental Evil because for some reason, a lot of Temple of Elemental Evil mobs have freedom of movement. Just because, just innately.
A man in air temple stands up.
It's nice to be spamming spells. Because he actually melee is really hard.
The last cleric of the air temple. On the wall above this room is a small etching from the ship of the temple.
You might be thinking, it's like, why aren't you bothering to heal? It's like, because it's Temple of Elemental Evil. There's a bunch of doors that I have to pass through, and every time I pass through one, I'm going to heal for 100. Now, we can skip this next fight. I'm going to do it just for the lulz, but it is skippable with Dimension Door. So if I didn't want to fight this guy, you don't have to fight this guy.
The air temple.
You can just grab the key and D-Door out.
Rush faster as the key is taken.
That is certainly an interesting charge path. He's like, I'm going to charge you. It's like, okay, I'm going to dodge to the side. I'm going to kind of bounce off of a bunch of random things on the ground and continue charging basically in place for a while. It's like, ah, I see. It's less of a charge than it is just like a, I'm going to kind of walk around, and if I am close to you, you will get knocked down. Ah, I see, yes. Having double CC so that they have to fail more than one at a time, or rather they have to succeed to resist more than one at a time, is quite nice.
This
We'll put up
chamber
fire
is
resist
much
here.
warmer than the outside passage. Come in, follower of flame. A stern voice.
Now, this next
On the
section,
sits a small, cracked basin. Come, your
Not this part. This is just bribing them so they don't have to fight them. But this next section with the water temple, it used to be very, very dangerous to fight the living pool. It's a giant slot. It's a giant gelatinous cube. It will wreck you. Now, they changed it so you're no longer locked in a tiny room with it. You're locked in a hallway with it, which is much more forgiving, we'll say. That said, you still have to fight it, and then you have to go in the other sides and kill the water elementals, and blah, 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 blah. So we will be dimension dooring out, so we don't have to fight the living pool. It's just much, much easier that way. Oh, that's a Plague Reaper. That was the wrong button. Okay, so we're gonna drop this D door before we grab the key.
Pray softly in this small chamber. A small piece of metal.
Not because of a dimensional anchor or anything, but just so that we can prevent any sort of accidents where we might accidentally, like, we don't have freedom of movement in our gear set right now. So if we accidentally touch the living pool and get paralyzed and eaten, well, sucks to be us. So we have preempted it by just saying, all right, we're going to precast our dimension door and we're just going to get the hell out. Do we need to kill Swordbeak? Probably not. It did hit us for like 100. So, it's bad news for us, but we'll be fine overall. Oh, interesting. No guys spawned this way. Temple of Elemental Evil has some pretty random spawns. Just like, where are the guys? And they're around here somewhere.
With the 4 barriers dispatched, the way into Falrinth's chambers opens.
Excellent. And down we go. We are on chain shape. You see the, did you see the white icon over the heads of the ones that were running at me? I believe that is the I am immune to what you just did to me because I have freedom of movement symbol. You can see it showing up over a bunch of them. So it's just like, nope. It's like, you have been grabbed. It's like, no, I haven't. Are you sure? Yeah. Why not? Because, fuck you, that's why.
The stony visages in this room suggest this is the Falrinth's chamber.
Alright. Excellent. Before we go in, let's cast some resist, shall we? What do we want? We'll resist acid, we'll resist cold, we'll resist electricity, why not? We'll resist sonic. We already cast resist fire, but we'll double cast it. For fun. Alright. So if you don't know the trick to this fight, you're about to learn the trick to this fight. This room has 4 segments in it, or sections in it, I should say. For the 4 elements, there will be an elemental that spawns in each section. The elemental from each section is invulnerable while it is within its own section, so you cannot kill the water elemental when it's in the water elemental area. Therefore, you need to pull them from where they start out to somewhere else. Alright, air elemental. Where's the water elemental? Alright, water elemental is now dead, which means we can fight all of the rest in the water section. Now, they changed the name color on these guys, I believe. It's something I noted Actually, I did a video on this, like, forever ago, when they changed Temple of Elemental Evil. Because it was a quest that I ran a lot, I did a rundown of changes. But, some of the changes did affect, like, what you can do in this fight. Because I think stuff changed from orange name to red name, or vice versa. So, suddenly you couldn't crowd control stuff anymore. Or you could crowd control stuff now. I do not remember clearly, but it is fine. As you can see, even on R4, it is not that bad. As long as you know, don't get crowd controlled or something.
Sit a book, a skull, and a large sheet of some kind. If
Read the journal.
is to be believed,
Go through the door.
Zuggitmoy has nearly been freed.
And we are good to finish out. Now you're about to see why both I and Freiling here believe this quest is really good for XP. Because as we get to the end here, that is 38,000 in 9 minutes while soloing on R4. For those of you at home, that is approximately 4,000 XP a minute. For what could be a much, much faster run if I were hitting R1, if we were grouped up so we could send like one person to get each of the keys. It is incredibly, incredibly high XP per minute. And also, I've always liked Temple of Elemental Evil. So, where are we putting this next point? Oh, I have 2 points. Ooh. We want to start going into Soul Eater. Could be nice. Like, is there anything I really care about? It's just like, ooh, 5 natural armor. I don't really want the beam shape. Maybe I should try Fiendish Glare. Just to have an active ability. Just try it out. Just for fun. Because, oh, it can't be quickened. It can be empowered and maximized, but not quickened. Interesting. I'm going to step back into the quest very briefly just to hit something with this. And then we'll finish out. R1.
The huge bronze doors are carved with strange runes. It's clear that sometime in the past,
Not impressed.
doors have been sealed with soft iron.
The animation feels really wonky.
Gouges that show the seal has been broken, and a cold shiver runs down your spine.
Can I work it in while I'm blasting? Like, is that the benefit? Interesting. Okay, so it kind of bypasses the animation lock that Eldritch Blast normally has. It like works itself in. But I'm still not feeling like it's particularly strong. But I guess it's spammable, but I'm Warlock. I don't need a lot more spammable stuff. I have Blast. Like, I guess it does a decent chunk of damage because I can actually apply Empower and Maximize to it, but I don't know. Something about it just, like, feels unimpressive. Like, maybe it's just, like, how the animation is, or, like, the timing of it. Like, it feels like there's a slight delay, like it goes out and then guys take damage, and I don't know if that's true or just like a weird perception thing with the animation and the art and stuff, but yeah, I don't know. Do I even have Fiend Skinned? Racial feats. No, I need class feats. Fiend Skin. 1 fire resist per warlock level. Skin adaptation. See, this is really nice. Like, if I take this in another 2 levels, that'll be just 12 to all resists. And I do like my resists. But the problem is, do I like it more than, say, dumping those points in here for more pack dice, getting cone shape, stricken, consume, move speed? Like, the more I look at it, the more it seems like Acolyte of the Skin isn't a bad tree. It's just that Tainted Scholar and Soul Eater are both very good trees, and you just lose too much by going into it. Like, if I took these 14 points out of here, what could I do? I could drop 7 of them in here for another pack dice and various goodies. Nothing super good besides the pack dice. And then I'd have 7 more to drop in here, which would get us up to 8 total, which gets us 1 point in Stricken and Feeding Frenzy for move speed. Which is, you know, not bad. Alternatively, I could keep just these points here and not spend all the expensive points to get up to another point in Strong Pact. 14 points in here. Okay. Now we've got Cone Shape going. We have, let's see, 14 brings us up to 15 total, which means we don't get the T4s. But we do get debuffs on our blasts. We get Stricken and Consume that we can use. We get move speed. We get Cone Shape. We get fear immunity. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of options. The funny thing is, in 2 levels, this is all going to shift around drastically as I go for my top level in Soul Eater, which means we'll drop out of Fey Dark Illusionist, we'll drop out of Acolyte of the Skin. We're just going to be like, yep, T5s, here we go. We want Eldritch Wave. Because if we're not doing the holds, like, let's see how high Reaper we can get to. We don't need the crowd control. Like, we don't need the crowd control from this tree if we're just blowing everything up on R1 leveling. That said, it is late. I am at least a half hour later than I meant to be. So we're going to look for a raid target here on the Twitch side. Huh. I don't think I've seen this guy before, but he's apparently running raids. Maybe it's just a timing thing. He streams too late for me. Okay. So let's take a look at this.
Let's see, what did I say? Yeah, just...
Alright, yeah, we'll toss you over here. So, let's go to this guy. It's apparently a raid night for them, but he might be going off soon since he's been live for 4 hours, but there aren't a lot of people on right now. So, we're going to toss you guys over to this Belled Vanguard person. Hopefully, he is entertaining and informative and not a dick. I haven't seen him before, but that probably means that he doesn't stream DDO that much, or he just streams at a time slot that I am usually asleep. So we'll check it out and see how he is. Please treat him well. Don't make me look bad. Of course. But thank you everyone for being here, hanging out, and all of that. You know, click the buttons, like, comment, subscribe, etc., etc., etc. thank you for being here, because you could be a lot of different places, and you chose to be here with me tonight, and I appreciate that. So thank you very much, and good night.